was broadcast on television as three-time defending national champion Immaculata defeated Maryland. Tell you what, Marquette could use some of those nuns right now, I think, to say a little prayer. It's 65-35. Speaking of 65, all 65 women's games as they were a year ago on ESPN, ESPN2, covered as the NCAA Women's Championship. Your official home right here at ESPN. Well, Tom Crean had to call a timeout. I don't know what you say, though. What do you say when you're down 30?
He did a good job of trying to get them to keep their heads up, not feel sorry for themselves. They're in a world of hurt here. Their point guard's out. Their second-best ball handler and a guy who did a good job leading them in the first half has got 4 fouls, Mason, and he had to put Mason back in, which was a good decision by him.
Here he is with the ball in hand and Dean on him. They're going to double-team him in the backcourt. And too much time. Didn't get it across the timeline, so another turnover. 14th of the ball game.
I was watching Diener over on that bench. He's just, I tell you what, he's agonizing. He's dying a slow death. That kid's such a competitor. Look at him.
You have a gym rat like that that's coached by his uncle at high school and all of his cousins and sisters and everybody else. And they must have a great time at Thanksgiving. They sit out and shoot hoops all day, I imagine. O'Bannon. But when you're that kind of basketball rat, it drives you nuts when you're hurt, and you know he's hurt or he'd be out there.
I love that family. That grandma can talk basketball. She's a great baker. I recruited them in the home. Tell you what, she could put Marie Callender's and those pie places out of business.
Grandma Diener was a pie maker, huh?
Pie maker, and she gives the kids their haircut. They go home, or she comes down for the first months of December and January. She goes to the ball and cuts Drake Diener's hair. That's Travis's cousin. Hair cutter, cook, grandma.
Does it all. Mason, offensive foul. He's gone. So he tried valiantly to pick up the slack for the guy we're talking about, but it's all going to be for naught. He's going to leave with 6 points, 13 minutes left, and fouls out with 12:59 to be official. And here's the charge.
No question about it. He did a nice job of stepping in. Mason's going to have to, he's a good penetrator, a nice slasher. He's got to work and cultivate that middle game. Right now, you've got Novak pressing. With Diener out, there's no one to generate shots for Novak.
So the top scorer's out, shows the number 2 guy. Right now, let's take a look at Shooting the Rock, brought to you by Rock Green Lights. We talk about a green light for the three-point shooters tonight for Louisville. 13 of 22. As I said earlier, the 5th time in the last 6 games they've had at least 10 threes, led by that guy, number 34, who has 6 of them. And that is a career high, by the way, by far. The previous best for Larry O'Bannon, he hit 4 against Stanford, so 6 three-pointers is his new best. Dean's going to fire one up. Got it again. And he's got 4. Wow. Haven't seen anybody this year yet shoot threes like these guys.
No, there's no bench high in this program. You brought that into play when you said they've all got the green light.
And a whistle and a foul.
How aptly named, as I said, Freedom Hall. You got the freedom to take that 3 anytime in transition. He rewards you for defense off of steals.
He kind of coaches basketball like Bobby Petrino coaches football here at Louisville. Louisville only lost 1 game this year and beat previously undefeated Boise State in their bowl game. Quite a package Tom Jurich has put together, the football and basketball program, and their women's volleyball team is ranked in the top 22, and there's only a handful of teams in the country that can have basketball, football, and volleyball all ranked in the top 15.
And Denny Crum came over at half and was telling us their dance team's #1 in the country.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Denny came down, spent most of the half with Rick and I. And there he is. Coach still around here, does a radio show, spends a couple of months out in Idaho fishing, still owns his horses around here. Said he just had a turf horse win last week, as a matter of fact. And you know what the horse's name was?
No, what was
Fire It Up. I said, is that about the three-point shooting, or is that really, you know? He got everything working. Happy in retirement. Heather's going to talk to him later, too, by the way.
You know what? Even a nicer guy than he was a great coach.
Yeah.
Real gentleman.
He really is. Revered and respected around here.
ran the UCLA offense better than anyone other than John Wooden.
I was just going to say, other than the old man himself. And off the foot of Wade and out of bounds. Turnover stops play with 11:49 remaining in the ball game. Louisville en route to its 17th win of the year.
The thing to remember about water is A, it falls from heaven. B, it's the source of life. C, every little drop dreams of being German beer when it grows up. Life beckons, and you're holding the key.
Sorry.
Winter X Games 9 live from Aspen starts Saturday and continues nightly at 9 Eastern.
Code Red. I'm being pursued. I'm procuring a getaway car. Pronto. I need a car. Now.
Sure, but you'll need insurance.
No problem. I'm going to Esurance. I can buy my policy online instantly.
You gonna have proof of insurance from Esurance?
Quote, buy, print. Instantly at Esurance. If you're on the go, you've got to have Esurance.
Get your quote at esurance.com or call today. 1-888-ESurance.
If you are currently employed as a driver or owner-operator but are looking for a change, like more miles and less waiting, the convenience and efficiency of terminal-to-terminal routes, and would like to be at home more often and have weekends off, here is your chance for change. It's time you checked out our full-time, non-seasonal career opportunities at Central Transport. Call us today at 800-331-1176. Central Transport, always moving forward, never looking back.
They've gone to the break in Providence. Providence got a 3-point lead over Boston College, Doug.
Well, Providence has lost 4 in a row at home, and Boston College in danger of losing their first game. We've seen Syracuse come from behind. Can Boston College come from behind on the road?
They've done it 5 times this season, on the road, trailing at the break and won. Back to you guys.
All right, fellas, here it's no doubt in this one. Louisville with a 71-35 lead. With 11:49 remaining in the ball game, Louisville's led the entire game, and they just continue to run it up. I don't know if they can add another banner to those 2 that Denny Crum won, but that's what their purpose is, and they're playing like a top 10 team, that's for sure. And Heather's with Coach Crum up in the stands, I think.
I am indeed, Brad. 2 national championships later, and Coach Crum, you retired in 2001. How has the game changed since you've left it?
Oh, I don't know if the game's changed that much. I kind of think players have changed quite a bit. They know so much more right now. I mean, kids used to, in one part of the country, didn't know what other part of the country was doing. But today, with television and ESPN and all the outlets and talk radio and all the things, why everybody knows everything that's going on.
How has Coach Pitino been able to carry on the tradition that you established here at Louisville?
Well, Rick's an excellent recruiter, and in fact, he's got a great freshman class coming in next year. So I think he's got great work ethic, and kids respond to him. He works real hard, and the kids work hard, and they just have been doing really well. In fact, this team, if you don't guard them on the three-point line, well, you're going to be in for a long night because they can shoot threes.
They are shooting lights out. Now, because you're such a Kentucky icon, many people don't realize that you actually played for and coached with Coach John Wooden out at UCLA. What's your favorite Woodenism?
Oh, there's so many, but if I could just pick one, I'd probably say be quick but don't hurry. That's what he always told us, and stay in balance. And, you know, he just is one of those guys that has a world of worldness around you. I mean, he just has this ability to understand what's going on. He was a great teacher, great organizer, great planner of practices, and a super person. He probably, if it's possible to be a better person than he was a coach, that would be Coach Wooden.
Funny, that's what the announcers were just saying about you. Certainly words to live by. And enjoy the fishing and best of luck with those horses.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Danny Crum, 2 championships in the 80s here with the Louisville Cardinals. Boy, they were fun to watch. And this team that Rick Pitino's put together is a fun one to watch as well. And it's amazing how many guys that were either coached by Coach Wooden or coached with him still talk with him regularly on the phone. And Denny was saying he's the same way. They keep in touch.
Just coming out of this timeout, that shows me a lot of Marquette's character right here. It'd be easy to drop your head, feel sorry for yourself, you know, mail it in. These kids came out, they bonded together in a timeout. I watched their huddle. I mean, the game's over, that's for sure. How about this? Louisville's shooting 10% more from 3 than they are from the free throw line. 64% from 3, 55 from the free throw line.
And that tells it all the way it's been tonight. They've only got 5 3-pointers in this half, and that's kind of been an off half when you consider what they did in the first. They thought they were going to get one right there. And they get one from the other side instead, and it goes. Brandon Jenkins, that's his second of this half.
Diener's not these players. He's not Jason Kidd, and he's not Stockton. He's a very, very good college point guard. But like when Kidd went out and a couple times Stockton was missing, you know, it just, you put the ball in his hands so much, and he directs the game and stops the ball defensively. It's such a monumental loss because he's their leading scorer. See, I love that. The Sheriff gets back there, sprints back, takes his charge, lays his body out there. That was terrific.
A drive by Wade on the baseline, and Marcus Jackson holding his ground. (74-39) as we approach the midway point of the second half. Don't forget Maryland and Duke following us on ACC Wednesday. And that one will be from Cameron Indoor.
I love their 2 wings.
Whoa. And that kind of tells you how the night was going. Amoroso throws it to Novak, who hadn't quite checked in yet. He was standing in front of the Marquette bench. I don't think Tom Crean knew. One of his assistants just told him what happened.
Amoroso's a young kid.
Watch the pass. Roop. Well, sorry, I'm not in there yet.
You know what? I love his heart. I mean, and I love the spirit. It'd be so easy to pack this in. They're not going through the motions of bouncing. And I'm not trying to tell you something that's not happening here, but
Garcia leaves it on the baseline, and that time Wade wanted it again. Didn't get called for the offensive foul, but that's the kind of way the night has gone. The Karam goes way over in the corner. They get another chance, and then they turn it over.
I love the fact that Pitino's still coaching, but he's also still working the refs.
There's always another time they'll be in here. He'll have these guys again sometime. Curtis Shaw and Mike Sanzier and David Hall. He'll see him again.
He was trying to make Reese Johnson's Throwdown Thursday highlight reel there. He missed out on that.
Rebound. Jackson keeps it alive. 3 for Chapman. And it rattled out. Boy, can't buy one from Marquette right now. And a foul. Try to battle for the rebound. Tomorrow night, doubleheader on ESPN and ESPN2. Big Ten action first, available in HD. It'll be Michigan and Michigan State. And then it's DePaul at 9 on ESPN2 against Memphis. That's our doubleheader on Throwdown Thursday.
Speaking of statistics, coming off that Tennessee game last night, I was thinking about this today. How about they don't have a guy in their history that has a triple-double? I mean, you're talking about Ernie Grunfeld. You're talking about a lot of good players there at Tennessee. Help me with the guy who played for the Hawks in the NBA. Played for the Jazz, the great scorer, Bernard King.
Bernard King, right?
How about Houston?
Allen Houston. You wouldn't think Allen Houston maybe have enough assists.
Right. But you know, it's just like O'Bannon. You don't want O'Bannon to have a lot of assists. He's a great shooter. And what O'Bannon is the recipient of assists. I think that's their 16th or 15th three, and I'm going to tell you something, 12 of them have been generated by assist.
$16 out of 27. Wow. And 6 different players have hit threes. We told you they had 6 guys that at least had 10 threes coming in, and they're all contributing. Jackson at least tapped it to Chapman. And still going up strong for the rebound is Marcus Jackson, working hard, getting fouled, getting tired. Louisville 78-39. They lead the country at 22.7 points per game victory margin. North Carolina next in line, and then Duke, who you'll see after us, is third. So they're not going to hurt that, that's for sure. Their average is going to go up instead of down on this one. Marcus Jackson, not a huge scorer, but he has 12 rebounds tonight. He has had to fight inside against the Cardinals, and all his points have come from the free throw line. He only had 77 rebounds all of last year, so that tells you how much he's improved in that area. Obviously playing more minutes helps too, but number 4 rebounder in the conference, and his numbers will go up with what he's been able to do tonight.
What you can't compute statistically is his value as a defender. Here comes their backup point guard, Neve Berkowitz, that they recruited. But in fairness, this kid, he became eligible at the semester. He comes over from Israel. His father was a great player at UNLV. His dad was a legend in the Israeli league.
Didn't officially join the team till December 21st, so just about Christmas time. And before he was part of the team officially. Giannini is in for Louisville as well at a guard spot. Wade's not afraid to shoot, I'll tell you that much. Novak with the rebound. And another turnover. And here comes the big guy again, dribbling and having no problem bringing the ball up court. Garcia penetrates and is fouled. 7:41 remaining here. Not a lot of drama left in this one. Let's check in with Carl in the studio. Carl.
Hot, Brad, thank you. Drama for Maryland. They're going to be without DJ Strawberry the rest of the year, out for the season with a torn ACL. Maryland, tough test tonight against unbeaten Duke. That comes up about 9:05 Eastern time. Meantime, Charlotte leading TCU right now, Doug.
Yeah, and Brendan Plavick and the boys trying to maintain a solid lead here against TCU. Their only loss at home to Alabama in overtime.
All right, folks. Our game continues after this.
There are millions on the web with Net Zero for less than $10 a month. Are you one of them? If not, then it's time to switch to the internet service that ranks higher than AOL in customer satisfaction. Join the millions. Switch to Net Zero. Go to netzero.com.
Big breakfast burritos. Sonic's got them, others don't. Get a jump on your morning with Sonic's Big Breakfast Burrito. Fluffy eggs, sausage, and shredded cheese wrapped in a warm flour tortilla and served with a side of salsa. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
There it is.
There what is?
The Harley I almost bought.
I love that color. Is that
Black?
Black.
It's black.
That almost looks great.
Well, I can almost hear that big V twin.
Almost won't get you there. Seit 1873 wird Becks strikt nach den Richtlinien des deutschen Reinheitsgebots von 1516 gebraut. Es sind die Qualität der Zutaten.
You don't have to understand German.
Detail, denen Becks
All you need to know is
Geschmack verdankt.
A, you are not in Germany. B, Germans understand beer. The #1 German beer in the world. Life beckons, and you're holding the key.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Nike Pro and Net Zero high-speed internet access. Only $14.95. Call 877-NET-ZERO or get it at netzero.com.
How cool is that? A Louisville Slugger being made right here, the home of the Louisville. And you talk about slugging somebody. Louisville 56-41, they lead, and they have done it with everybody contributing from the outside, especially O'Bannon knocking down threes in a variety of ways in the first half. He had 5. He has 6 for the game. It's not like he's the only guy that got into the act. Garcia hits 1. Here's Jenkins off the bench, 2 in this half. Taekwon Dean has 4. And Lorenzo Wade has 1. So 16 3-pointers tonight for Louisville, which is a season high. 14 was their previous best against Morehead State. So you add that to the 18 turnovers. Travis Diener, Marquette's best player, not playing as you look at game track and the points they got off turnover. And the lights were out early in Freedom Hall. It's a night where you can just have fun if you're a Louisville Cardinal or one of their fans.
A lot of them are having fun by leaving. But still a pretty good crowd.
Yep, sold out crowd tonight, as it usually is. But an enjoyable one. You know, you can just sit back and go, man, this is a lot more fun than practice.
I think fans would always enjoy a tough game. I mean,
well, we do, obviously.
Yeah.
We can't seem to get a close one lately. Nice drive on the baseline, but an even better defensive play by Garcia as he blocks the shot by Townsend.
Well, you might be the cooler because Winsome Frazier went out just before you did the game for Arkansas.
Don't put this on me now.
How you brought Dean down. You got guys missing free throws.
Yeah, Garcia going out after blocking that shot. He's their leading shot blocker, too, on top of everything else he does well.
He blocks off the ball. He doesn't block shots on the ball. What he does is he's active defensively. And he kind of sneaks in there, and as you're looking to turn around jump shot in the post or something, he comes over. He's a very shrewd player. He's got a good savvy.
Here's Giannini packing it inside to Miles.
Giannini's a walk-on. I love walk-ons. That was one of them.
Actually got a scholarship this year, but he was a walk-on. Put in his time. Novak picked up the foul, so Larry O'Bannon gets to add to his total, closing in on his best game of his career. He got 24, 25. He had 25 and 11 rebounds against North Carolina A&T. That'd be the best he's done this year, and he's got a chance to match that right here. What a night! Wow. Remember, he was 5 for 5 from 3-pointers before he missed one.
Mercifully, they've called off the press.
That's for sure. What was the Alabama-Mississippi State score that we did? 98-49.
Right. Alabama ran that baby up.
This one's a 40-point game, too. Here's the steal by Wade. Ahead. Palacios trying to find the handle and does.
That is what Palacios is like, Mashburn and Patino's opinion. He has great hands. That catch in traffic, in transition at full speed plus.
Whoa.
He's able to put that ball on the floor as a 240-pound four-man and handle it with that kind of dexterity.
And he's just a freshman. Heather's got more on him.
Well, guys, he grew up in Colombia, and he has great hands and great feet because he grew up idolizing soccer great Pele. He played soccer up until his mother, Maria, who happens to be 6'2", had a chance encounter with a basketball coach. The coach instantly asked her if she had any sons. When she replied yes, the coach encouraged her to please sign Juan up for basketball. That was when he was 12. A mere 2 years later, Juan was named to Colombia's 18 and under national team as just a 14-year-old child prodigy making a dent here early at Louisville.
Tell you what, there's a lot of guys that were good soccer players that end up being pretty good basketball players. First of all, their footwork, and you love footwork, Rick. They know it's going to be good.
You know what distinguishes him, though, as a soccer player? Very few soccer players have good feel for the game. When I talk about feel for the game, I'm talking about the where and when of passing, understanding spacing, knowing where to position yourself on the floor, defensively how to align. This kid has that whole package.
Berkowitz missed his free throws, but he knocked down his three. So Berkowitz with his first three-pointer of his Marquette career right there.
This is critical playing time for these young guys from Marquette, especially Berkowitz. This is invaluable for them.
O'Bannon had it blocked, and on the follow-through, he's going to the free throw line because Jackson got him on the arm. So he can earn 3 more in another way. Instead of knocking it down from outside the arc, he can stand 15 feet away and see if he can get 3 more.
Pitino, stop coaching, stop baiting the ref. Now, he won't stop coaching because he does such a good job. He really enjoys it. I went to his practice earlier this year. He can't get that pace fast enough. And I'll tell you what he does. He does something interesting in practice. When you make a mistake, he's got about 6 treadmills there. He sends you over and you get on a treadmill and you run your butt off at practice. And the trainer's right there setting that pace up high. So that there's absolutely no... These guys are as well a conditioned team as anyone in the country.
At the free throw line, Larry O'Bannon has a new career high tonight, and he got all 3 of them. So what a night for O'Bannon, the senior out of right here in Louisville, played at Mayo High School.
Palacios has the hard part of the game down for a big guy. That's going outside on the floor. But if he really wants to become a good player, he's going to have to go down that low block and get A, a preferential block, B, get a go-to-it move, and C, develop a counter. You don't need a lot of moves, but he is someone who is without a move right now. And I watched him warm up. I always watch that. He goes to both blocks on warm-ups. Elijah Wan, Malone, all those great guys, they knew where home block was.
Townsend at the free throw line. Let's see if O'Bannon comes out. Nope, it's going to be George that comes out. I thought maybe O'Bannon would be coming out now that he's had the best night of his career, and I'm sure he will shortly.
I don't think enough guys into that bench, though, do they?
Maybe not. Might have to put a guy with a suit in there. Townsend didn't start tonight. He's got 13 points.
Rick can put the priest in. How about Pitino? He brings his priest.
O'Bannon, try one more. Now it rimmed down on him. Wade cleans up, though, off the glass. Berkowitz trying to feed it down low, was going to go for a shot, and then decided to try to pass it down to Barrow, and it's knocked out of bounds. Don't forget Duke and Maryland on ACC Wednesday. Coming up from Cameron Indoor. Tip-off at about 5 after 9 Eastern time. O'Bannon, a steal. On the run, and the flush.
Well, how about that Wisconsin-Illinois game last night?
90-46.
One guy I didn't mention when I talked about point guards, and the reason I have a hard time mentioning him is he plays point offensively almost, is that guy Devin Williams of Illinois. He's a great passer.
There he goes. I thought he'd come out about a minute ago, but it took one more steal and a jam on the other end to get the senior out, and he is getting an ovation for the ages here from Freedom Hall's crowd. New career high. And they're chanting Larry.
And he just took them as they came to him, too. On a normal night, Mason would have matched to him. Diener would have gone to Tyquan Dean. But it's not a normal night when your best player and point guard are on the bench.
Look at that smile. That's when you're just plain having fun. You're a senior, you have one of the best games of your life, and you get a huge standing ovation. Now some guys that don't see a lot of time on the floor for both teams, obviously.
I was talking about point guards before. I'll tell you, my MVP of the Big Ten is Luther Head. What a great defender. And he does incidentally defend the other team's point guard, particularly if he's an outstanding player. That's why Devin Williams, but Williams is, in my opinion, the finest passer in the country. The where and when of the pass, his decisions, his realization of where he is on the floor and teammates to whom he can pass and the location of the pass.
Townsend, well, what a shot off the glass. Boy, he's going to get more and more time, I think.
Well, those circus shots and all those threes, when the scores, there's a 40-point disparity, or even 25 or 30, they're all a lot easier to shoot. If I am concerned about one thing with Pitino's team in the tournament, and Rick's a terrific coach, it's their half-court execution. If someone can get back in transition, match up, because they rely so much. And unlike his Kentucky teams, this team does not press nearly as well. His teams are usually characterized by great backflow and the back tap and pressing in transition. This team does not press up as much as those teams did.
I'll see him a time or two more. It's going to be interesting to see whoever plays him the next time I have him if they defend the three better, because if you take that facet of their game away, what you're talking about comes into play more. And we didn't have to worry about that tonight because it was Larry O'Bannon's night, and it was a three-point display from not only O'Bannon but his teammates. And then he said, you know what, I've hit all those threes. I think I'll come up with a steal and just throw this one down. And his teammates on the sideline are loving it all.
Look at him. He thinks this is his truck, but he's wrong. This is my truck. 8 years I've sat here. 130,000 miles of wind have passed through this nose. This truck is mine, but he does protect it.
Help extend the life of your engine with Castrol GTX High Mileage, specially formulated to protect against oil burn-off better than competitive leading oils.
Nice man. Nice man.
Help older cars feel young again with Castrol GTX High Mileage.
She turned around and left the cave, and I'm standing there by the pool of water alone, like I am in all of my dreams. And it just brought up a whole bunch of issues that...
Tym piórze nie ma atramentu.
What?
I wtedy możemy zacząć dopiero pracować.
Using a broker you can't understand doesn't make much sense either. That's why Edward Jones speaks in a language you can understand, so financial decisions get the attention they deserve. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Seit 1873 wird Becks strikt nach den Richtlinien des deutschen Reinheitsgebots.
You don't have to understand German.
Es sind die Qualität der Zutaten.
All you need to know is Germans are willing to compromise on A, nothing. B, nothing. C, all of the above. The #1 German beer in the world. Life beckons, and you're holding the key.
ESPN College Game Day throws it down from historic Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas. Reese, Jay, and Digger get you set for a huge Saturday of college hoops. ESPN College Game Day, 11 a.m. on ESPN and 8 p.m. on ESPN2, Saturday.
On the next Tilt.
Opportunity just flew in on a private jet. If I clear my throat before I raise, then you re-raise. Understand? Let's rock and roll.
Tilt, Thursday at 9 p.m. on ESPN, presented by Toyota.
Providence trying to be the first to knock Boston College off this season. BC has played from behind all night, missing shots and many turnovers. Ryan Gomes, no. Dwight Brewington, yes. It's now a 5-point ball game with just over 12 to go at the Dunkin' Donuts Center. Sheldon Williams getting set to do some dunking as Duke takes on Maryland. That comes up next. Send it back to Brad and Rick.
We haven't seen as much dunking as we've seen three-pointing tonight. Louisville leads by 40, the 12th ranked team in the country. And Amoroso at the free throw line for Marquette. 5 points tonight off the bench. Marquette's going to fall for the 4th time in the last 5 games. So that 12-1 start has really dissipated once they hit Conference USA. And of course, next year won't be Conference USA for Louisville. It'll be the Big East. Something that I think their football team is looking forward to. So is their basketball team. Rick Pitino commented with us about that move, and we'll hear from Rick on that in a moment.
Big East as well for Marquette. DePaul, they're all anxious to get into it. Be careful what you wish for. It's going to be an unbelievable league.
Yeah, it will be.
Tremendous coaches, great venues to play in, outstanding referees that'll commingle.
Might even hit a snowstorm or two. Amoroso off the mark. Giannini with a rebound. Under 3, 92-52.
Rick will be able to find Italian restaurants. You can't find those too much in this league. There's not a lot of Italian restaurants down in Birmingham, probably. And
Marquette turns it over. Rick talked with us about Louisville's move to the Big East.
Louisville has rich tradition in college basketball, one of the richest in all of college basketball. I'd place Louisville in the top 10 of all time, and I think so would everyone else. But they've never been in a glamour league, and I think that's what's prevented Louisville from rolling off your tongue at UCLA and North Carolina and some of the others. And now it will, because for the first time, it's in a glamour league. whether it was the Metro or whether it was Missouri Valley or now Conference USA, they're all fine teams, but Louisville had to make its name with a non-conference schedule. Now they do it with the Big East, and top to bottom of the Big East may be the greatest conference of all time.
You're defined by the company you keep, and that's why the ACC, the Big Ten, the Pac-10. We talked about John Wooden earlier tonight and UCLA with the Denny Crum. You know, that's the thing that Pitino's right on in that. He's exactly right. All of a sudden, the world's going to know about the Louisville tradition, and that Big East is going to develop a tradition ad infinitum through this next century. That's going to be a monster league. And I love the way they're playing it in this regard. You're going to finish 1 or you're going to finish 16. There's no division.
Farley knocks down another one, and now the Cardinal fans are smelling the century mark.
What I didn't like before is how that Louisville bench handled that dunk. I'd like to see kids excited and cheer for their teammates, but they're waving those towels. Now they're carrying each other on their back. You know,
they had one before and missed that one.
They may have forgotten that Marquette got their number 7 of the last 8, or what was it?
6 of the last 7, yeah, and 3 straight here. Not going to happen tonight, though. We approach final minute. Don't forget, Maryland and Duke following us. Tip-off about 5 or 6 minutes away.
I love that duel there of Ewing and Reddick. You can't find two better wings in concert with one another, and that's coming up next. You're going to enjoy that, and I'll tell you what, my pick for the MVP of the ACC right now would be, help me with the Duke center's name. I got brain locked.
You taking him?
Yeah.
I'm still taking Chris Paul.
Well, so far, Duke's undefeated. I love Paul. I probably would go with Paul. That's a great pick, no question about it. But I think what happens is Williams is the kid's name, and he's done such a good job of defense, rebounding, scoring, and he's a superb shot blocker, both on and off the ball. He gives so much to that team.
There goes another 3. Might as well get everybody in the act. Current knocks one down. I think the Current was all upstream tonight for Marquette when they came in here. Short-handed without their best player. Louisville knew it. They went for the juggler early, and they got a hold of it, and now they got 99 points, and Rick Pitino's pulling off the troops. I guess he won't make the crowd of 19,717 happy, but he's going to be happy with a 99-52 win.
We've got Louisville back at Marquette. I've got that game later on. I can't wait for it. And let me put this caveat to it, though, if Diener's healthy.
The two coaches meet at midcourt. All Louisville tonight, 99-52. They go to 17-3, 5-1 in Conference USA. Don't forget, Maryland and Duke is coming up next. Tough night for Marquette. A near-perfect night for the Louisville Cardinals. 99-52 is the final. For Rick Majerus, Heather Cox, I'm Brad Nessler. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Let's head to the studio. Here's Carl Ravitch. Carl, it's all yours.
Brad and Rick, thank you very much. John Gilchrist, last year the ACC Tournament MVP, struggling a little bit this year. Maryland getting set to take on Duke. That comes up next. Dougie, this one's turned into a real good one. BC and PC tied at 61.
Yeah, Boston College, the ability finally to break PC zone. Boston College usually plays the zone, but Providence has been employing the same 2-3 look, so back and forth they go.
All right, just over 10 to go in that one. We'll keep you posted during the first half of Duke and Maryland. The Cameron Crazers are there. Dick Vitale is there as well. ACC Wednesday coming up next on ESPN.
Chrysler Town & Country is no ordinary minivan. It's your haven, a place designed to make your life easier. Where a 5-star side crash test rating gives you peace of mind. And the revolutionary Stow & Go stores the seats and your stuff. While a DVD player entertains you on the road. Town & Country truly is one of America's hottest products. And now's the time to take one home. This winter, get 0% financing plus bonus cash for up to $7,900 in total savings on Town & Country.
You have to keep going.
never letting up, no matter how much better you are. It's what has driven Toyota to be the best. It's why Toyota Corolla is the best-selling car in history. Now through January 31st, get a new Corolla or Matrix with 1.9 financing or big cashback savings. Or lease a new Corolla LE for $199 a month for 36 months with $1,549 due at signing. That's a great deal because it's a great car. That's Toyota, moving you forward.
Sellout crowd of Cameron Crazies is here to cheer on their undefeated Blue Devils against Maryland, the school that has become their most significant conference rival. This is ACC Wednesday, presented by Staples, as the 11-5 Terrapins face the undefeated and second-ranked Duke Blue Devils at 15-0. Gary Williams, one of only 10 coaches ever to lead his alma mater to a national championship, and Mike Krzyzewski, who has dominated the ACC like no other coach. A perfect example, an average of over 31 wins in each of the last 6 years. Good evening, everybody. Mike Patrick, Dick Vitale. It's great to have you with us. In 8 of the last 10 years, Maryland has beaten Duke at least one time. 8 of the last 10 years. That means this has become the most critical rivalry in the ACC.
I'll tell you, Mike, Maryland needs a statement victory this year. Expectations were high. 8 out of 9 players returned from the ACC champs. Gilchrist had a phenomenal tournament. They have not been able to make the 3, shooting 21% from the trifecta. They better defend better, and they better make some threes if they want a chance. And it starts with their catalyst. John Gilchrist has got to get on fire. He has struggled in the year 2005. For Duke, one of the most underrated guards in America, Daniel Ewing is a key to their basketball season.
All right, let's meet the third member of our crew. Here's Doris Burke.
Mike, the Cameron Crazies have been letting Maryland know for the last 90 minutes that the road on Tobacco Road gets no easier for this basketball team. It has been a nightmare for Gary Williams and the Terps. It began back on January 8th against Chapel Hill, a trip to the Tar Heels, and it wasn't pretty, and a very uncharacteristic Maryland loss, a 34-point blowout. The following game, Winston-Salem, it didn't get much easier. Wake Forest beating the Terps by 15, a combined 39 points. They tripped to Durham now. Will it get any easier? Well, think about this, Dick Vitale. This has been one of the most successful coaches against Mike Krzyzewski. Gary Williams says, our key, we're never intimidated regardless of the atmosphere.
Always has really good players too, Doris, and that makes it a little interesting. They used to walk in here, we saw the Juan Dixon crew with a swagger.
Here's the way they'll line up tonight. Maryland going with a 3-guard offense that will match Duke's starting 3 guards, and Bowers gets the start in the middle. Jones, by the way, that spectacular outside shooter, at least he can be, gets his first start of the year for Gary Williams, and he's going to be critical to their success.
They really need him. One of the reasons they've made a change in their starting lineup, they don't feel they've been getting good starts. Offensively, they want a little bit more productivity, and they think Jones can provide that. He had 20 against Temple, and by the way, Temple just keeps getting better and better and better.
Jones was a top 20 recruit, has yet to show the kind of consistent play that Gary Williams wants. Melchione takes the opening tap and gets it off to Daniel Ewing. He's guarded man-to-man by Gilchrist. Bad pass, Nick Kaner-Medley. No basket, but the foul. So an opening possession turnover, and Kaner-Medley takes it into the crowd.
Kaner-Medley's really played well the last 4 games, averaging better than 25 a game. He's been providing them some offensive firepower. Take a look as he takes the ball up strong. There's the contact. Real hard foul. Goes to the line.
Kaner-Medley in the top 10 in the ACC in free throw shooting.
The camera guys do a great job. Took a charge right there, but it's in fine shape. Dave is ready, baby. Dave Earnhardt is ready.
tell you, it's not easy. You get it right in the chops.
They do a great job. I mean, we take
they're
them
the
for
best
granted.
down here. They're the best.
We take them for granted. Super work they do.
2 free throws for Nick Kaner-Medley and full court pressure for Maryland.
Maryland attacking defensively, wants to make something happen. They have really struggled on the defensive side. Teams have been getting open looks. Talked to Gary today. Williams very disappointed in their defense. Love the Duke backcourt. Saw the great backcourt last night. Williams and Brown. Duke certainly one of the better backcourts in America. Redick and Ewing.
Redick fadeaway jump shot. Won't go. Tipped into the corner. Saved by Redick. Had the 3 and passed on it. That's rare.
Last game he had 8 threes against Florida State.
Boy, he was hot. Dick, he took one out almost where the K on Coach K court would be and shot it in rhythm, perfect form.
Leonard Hamilton said he's one of the greatest shooters he's ever witnessed. He had 8 threes. The record is 9 by Shane Battier against Princeton. Man-to-man defense, staple of Duke.
Through the hands of Kaner-Medley and out of bounds to the Blue Devils. Both teams a little tight starting this one.
Take a look at that K, man. He shot that from out there. That's range. That's from Rowley. Shooting from Rowley when you're making it from out there.
And nobody was even surprised that it went in. Duke has always had a good three-point shooting team. That time, the long-range shot by Dockery won't go. Ahead to Kaner-Medley, and he stepped on the end line.
There's three factors why Maryland has struggled. Number one, they have not defended well. They have not been defending really like Maryland teams in the past. Number two, three-point shooting, 21% in the ACC. And number three, lack of post presence. They have no balance offensively because they get nothing to the interior.
Redick hits a jump shot. That was a 2. He rarely does that. Had a toe on the line. Usually he's well behind it to make sure he gets that three-point shot.
Along with Salim Stoudemire of Arizona, I think they're the 2 finest shooters in the nation.
Chris McCray with a miss. Bowers had the rebound and an uncontested follow, and he couldn't hit it.
They say Bowers has really improved in practice.
Redick actually with a handoff, and then he lost it. Redick goes to the floor. Dockery with a pick, and a smart play brings it back outside.
They have excellent role players, guys that really have no agenda. Melchioni, Dockery, Nelson, they all blend in. And then they have 3 legit stars in Ewing, Redick, and Sheldon Williams.
Good entry pass to Williams, created a little space against Bowers, and then missed the shot.
He had 30 against Miami. What about the 9 block shots against Virginia? The landlord.
There is a runner by Gilchrist, who is so powerful as a point guard. He's not like most point guards, one of those little wispy guys. He can just bull right through you.
He was so brilliant in the ACC tournament. Maybe the number 3 seed, number 2, number 1. NC State, Wake Forest, and Duke.
Redick, nice baseline drive. Williams with the offensive rebound. Missed the shot. I think he was waiting for some defensive pressure. Didn't get it. Gilchrist kicks it outside to Chris McCray. Got his own rebound into the lane. Kicks it back outside.
Got to make those shots. Those are wide open. And
Nick Kaner-Medley with the ball in a fresh 35.
Gary talked about that today. Doris and I were here, and he was talking to us the shoot-around that we got to make shots. Something we're not doing. Can't win if you don't make shots, Mike.
No, eventually the ball's got to go in the hole. Jones, and he's the guy that really needs to make him for him. There is a tremendous three-point shooter who shoots an air ball on a 3.
Take a look at Gilchrist coming right at you. That's the strong drive, great body, like the kid I saw last night from Illinois, Darren Williams. Very physical, got a great body. What a great game that was for Wisconsin.
Yes, it was. And Wisconsin still had a shot at the end. They'd made free throws.
They shot 4 for 10 versus 17 for 20 for the Fighting lineup.
Good rebounding so far by the Terps.
See, this is where they haven't had point production. They got to get that. He inverted the guard, let Kaner-Medley rotated down to the low box.
And Kaner-Medley got the roll. He has 4 of the Terps' 6.
Like when they beat Duke last year in the ACC Championship, people forget this. Jamar Smith had 25.
Yep. He was a tremendous presence for them.
They gave them balance. When you're inside, outside, like Duke has with Williams and Ewing and Reddick on a perimeter, you got so much a better chance to be successful.
Boy, Duke is just stone cold coming out as Dockery couldn't hit that one. Reddick trying to draw the offensive foul and does, as Chris McRae will pick up the charge. It's 6-2, Maryland early. Let's check in with Carl Ravitch. Carl?
Mike, thank you. Dick, looking forward to the rest of your game. We got a real good one going on in Providence. Boston College and Providence are knotted 67-67. They're in a timeout, which is why you saw the net there. 67-all. We'll bring you the updates as they happen with just about 7 minutes left to go.
The NCAA Women's Basketball Championship coming in March.
Silverado Heavy Duty, with the available Duramax diesel and Allison transmission, has more torque than Ford Super Duty. That's why Silverado's the right truck, the official truck of an American revolution.
There are millions of different people out there with one thing in common. They get it. They've switched to net zero internet access for less than $10 a month. Are you one of them? Well, if not, then it's time to wise up, my friend. See, with Net Zero, you get unlimited access, spam control, and email virus protection, and Net Zero even ranks higher than AOL in customer satisfaction. So join the millions. Switch to Net Zero. Go to netzero.com.
E-File. Get receipt confirmation and a quicker refund. E-File, or tell your tax preparer to do it for you. And join the 60 million e-filers who consider it done.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is presented by Staples. That was easy. And in part by Saab. Welcome to the state of independence.
There are only 3 unbeaten college basketball teams left in this country. Illinois number 1, Duke number 2, and number 8, Boston College. People still don't believe they'll play Georgetown on Saturday, but as you already heard, they're in a fight for their lives against Providence tonight. We'll keep you updated on that one.
Well, that could be a statement game for Providence. They've been one of the real disappointments. They need a big win. Timmy Welsh's club. A lot of expectations with Ryan Gomes coming back.
Williams trying to get a shot against Bowers, and Bowers got his hand in there and knocked it away, and then it's knocked off of DeMarcus Nelson out of bounds to Maryland. Duke is hitting only 1 of 9 shots so far, and Maryland 2-1 in rebounds.
And that's really a great effort by Maryland defensively by Bowers. Last 6 games, Duke is shooting, ready for this, over 50% and 40% from the trifecta.
Maryland looks a little quicker than Duke right now.
They're really playing with a lot of passion. We saw that today at the workout. Gary Williams, a big-time coach. You know he's going to have his kids ready for a game of this stature.
Spread the court, Gilchrist against Ewing.
Dump it inside to Bowers a little bit.
Bowers, the 7-footer, going to try to work on Williams. And the landlord got in his face, and Shavlik Randolph, who's in for the first time, coming back from mononucleosis, getting more and more minutes, picks up a rebound there.
Had a nice performance against Florida State, went 5 for 5. If he can give him some productivity to help out Williams, that's going to be a big plus.
And stone cold right here. Bowers blocked by Williams.
One of the great shot blockers in America, a human eraser. I mean, he had 9 against Virginia, averaging better than 3 a game.
Scoop shot inside, won't go. Williams with a tip, won't go. Williams with a rebound, lost it out of bounds, but it's out to Duke. They can't buy a bucket.
Look at the landlord operating inside. He said, I'm the boss, baby, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I mean, you can make an argument, Mike, that he's the best post player in America. Whether you talk about a guy like Channing Frye or certainly in Chapel Hill, you talk about Mr. May, who's outstanding.
Redick off the screen. J.J. Redick has hit 2 jump shots. Those are the only points for Duke. They are 2 of 14 from the floor.
Wow,
his teammates are 0 for 12.
2 for 14. Wow, common denominator 2, 1 for 7. Wow, like
You're all over this.
Look at JJ. There's that great touch. I mean, he's got the velvet touch, so smooth.
Unusual again that he was just inside the three-point circle. This is Travis Garrison, who has checked in. He's going against Randolph. Kaner Medley, nice move to get open.
One of the arguments of Gary Williams, he said, we've become so jump shot oriented. We're thinking exclusively of jump shots and not attacking the basket and not posting inside. Also, John Gilchrist, last 5 games in 2004, scored better than 20 a game. This year, he's averaging in 2005, he's going about 10 a game. They got to get him to start scoring.
Well, they're asking him to do a lot of different things, Dick. They want him to be, you know, that point guard, and they want him to maintain the scorer's mentality, and sometimes that's a fine line to walk, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is when you define your role. But John Gilchrist is one of those rare, unique guards, like Chris Paul, that they have the unique ability to put a lot of points on the board as well as distribute the basketball.
Kaner Medley, who has really refined his stroke at the free throw line, shooting almost 78% this year. And Maryland has taken an 8-4 lead.
Talk about true point guards in the studio with Carl. Gottlieb was a true, genuine point guard who looked to distribute the ball. So was Bobby Hurley when he played here at Duke.
J.J. Redick will be called for an offensive foul for hooking the defender as he went by. Mike Krzyzewski didn't care for that call.
Going to try to get that high screen.
That's a good one, though.
I think it's a good call.
Yeah,
he definitely used that left hand. I don't think there's any doubt. Excellent call.
Garrison.
See, that's what trying to get some post presence inside to give him some balance.
Bowers hustling inside to get that one. Kaner Medley trying to make a move. Bowers had it knocked away.
Trying to wide open inside and miss Kaner Medley.
Melchione fouled by Garrison.
Melchione's an energy guy. His dad, Darry, played here in the early 70s. Uncle Bill was a great shooter at Villanova.
Yeah, Bill was the guy people will remember.
Yes,
he was
sir.
really a tremendously talented player. But I tell you what, this guy, people have not given him the credit he deserves. This kid has worked so hard. An opportunity, Dick, doesn't come pounding at your door all the time. Sometimes it knocks very quietly, and you better answer when it does. This kid has.
And when you're a kid like Melchione, you have to produce instantly because you're not going to get that second chance.
That's right. And he's done it because of injury and illness. Redick misses this. Williams with a rebound. Melchione for 3. He really does have a silky touch from outside.
And that's the strength he brings. He brings energy and a long-range jump shot, which stretches the defense and allows Williams to be effective inside. Bowers, I think, good move going with Bowers. He gives him a little post presence inside.
And Duke is not the kind of team that's going to blow you off the court anymore. They're not going to get those 25-point bursts. And this one's kicked out of bounds by Daniel Ewing.
There's Melchione using that screen. Nice. I'll tell you, his teammates love a kid like that. Look at Randolph cheering. That's one of the real great things about Duke, the great love they have for the jersey they represent.
He's shooting almost 40% from three-point range.
Big time.
Gilchrist, tough shot. Sinks the runner, and it's 12-7 Terps.
He had 72 points in 3 ACC games in that tournament. He was brilliant. In fact, reminiscent of Childress when we saw him.
Yes, he was. He was special. Was the MVP of the Atlantic Coast Conference tournament. Nice dish to Williams, but couldn't handle it from Redick. Kaner Medley back the other way. Kaner Medley for 3. Got it!
That's a big-time trifecta. That's been a real struggle for Maryland, making the perimeter shot.
Nick Kaner Medley has 9 points, and the Terps have their biggest lead at 15-7.
Duke is going to get Maryland's A game.
Reddick
He said, "Why not?"
answers.
He says, "Hey, Gator, I can shoot the rock too, baby." What a touch. Every time he shoots, you almost feel it's going down. His problem early in his career with bad shots. Is he asserting himself offensively? Gilchrist is attacking today. He feels it. He knows they need him. And that's what a leader does. He responds to the challenge.
Reddick again as they isolate him and Williams on the same side. Ewing's outside shooting has not been all that strong this year yet. You know it'll come around, and he just threw that one away trying to get the ball to Williams.
He has shot well in spurts. He's been a very streaky shooter this year. Good ball movement.
Kaner Medley gets free.
I think Duke's got to demonstrate some patience to get the ball to the inside and get Sheldon Williams some touches down in the low box. I would go inside to Williams. He's got a lot more experience than Bowers.
Reddick off the curl, didn't get the runner, and Williams tipped it in, and the Maryland bench just exploded. They thought that was goaltending.
You know what? I agree with him. I definitely think he interfered with that ball out of cylinder. I think they got away with one right there.
Looked like it from this angle, but from this angle, you can convince me the world is flat.
Let's see, I trust you. You got two eyes.
Reddick reached in, knocked it away the second time, but retrieved by Chris McCray.
That'll make
and
this.
Kaner Medley wide open, and he missed it. Too wide open. Bowers. What a follow!
I'll tell you, the big guy is really earning playing time. He is out there hustling and scrapping.
Boy, and he's gasping for oxygen right now, too.
Well, they got a Beckway on the bench who has experience, can come in long and lead.
And I'm sure Gary Williams is saying, I'll let you know when you're tired.
Look at the points in the paint, an 8-to-1 ratio.
You're dividing again.
16-2. Go inside to Sheldon. Get some passes into the post.
Alcione loves that drive down the left side of the key. Williams, offensive rebound, gets the follow, draws the foul. Let's check on the unbeatens. The man to do it is Carl Ravitch. Carl.
Michael, thank you very much. BC continues to have problems with turnovers, and right now it's a 2-point ball game. Watch Donnie McGrath drain a three, 75-73 with 2 to play, Doug.
Well, when Donnie McGrath has hit his shot to stretch defenses and opened up things, Ryan Gomes has been a no-show in the second half.
All right, Mike, so we'll keep our eye on this one. Still 3 unbeaten. Second coming up.
Hey, Teddy, can you come in here and do some rebates for me?
Sure. Actually, sir, my biological dad, who I haven't seen in 20 years, just showed up. And he really wants to take me for ice cream. So,
Teddy,
yeah.
You know we have an easy button now, right?
We have an easy button?
When it comes to rebates,
Larry, Dave,
everybody has an easy button. It's called Staples. Just go online. There's no clipping, no mailing, no hassles. What's easier than that? Staples. That was easy.
Chevy offers the most crew cabs of anyone. Colorado, Avalanche, Silverado, and Silverado Heavy Duty. The most crew cabs. That's why Chevy's the right truck. The official truck of an American revolution.
Where are we supposed to put the video conference room?
There's no walls.
What's this?
Your video conference room.
We need a desk.
Simplicity, powered by Cisco.
The other day, my mom brought home a delicious new toasted Quiznos turkey sub. And you know what she gave me? Strained peas. That's just wrong.
Get Quiznos new turkey sub for just $2.99 every day. Quiznos, toasty.
It's a fact. Original Pringles taste better than the leading bag chip. Next time, choose on taste. Pick Pringles.
trying to move to 16-0. That would tie the second best start in school history. They'll do it here within the friendly confines of Cameron Indoor Stadium. 90 minutes before tip. Can a fella catch a break? This is just warm-ups, guys. The Cameron Crazies letting them know they're going to be there early and often. Even a girl couldn't get any love. Not the first fashion disaster, guys. Maryland Red. And they let me have it until I put on a little Duke, and I finally got some love, Dick Vitale.
Wow, I'll tell you one thing, you look good in that Duke shirt. I don't think your people up there in Friar Country would be happy to Providence Friars.
Tell you what, Doris Burke knows how much we admire her ability under even the best of circumstances. But what she is doing down there tonight, if you've never been down on the floor, you can't imagine how loud it is down there. You can't even hear yourself think. So just hang in there, Doris. There she is.
I'm feeling very good with the Providence Friars out in front, guys. It doesn't matter where I am.
There you go.
She was one heck of a point guard. She was there with Billy Donovan. She used to babysit for Rick Pitino, whose Louisville team put the hurt on Marquette tonight, and certainly one of the hot teams in America.
The lead here is 6, and Akene Ebekwe, number 25, is in for the first time.
He's a guy to block shots, run the court really well. He has a tendency to think a little bit too much shooting the jump shot. They want him to go to the basket a little more.
Leans into this one. He's still rail thin for a pivot player. Only 210 pounds. 2-on-1. Duke runs the fast break delay up to David McClure, the freshman from Ridgefield, Connecticut, getting some minutes.
What a nice transition.
Jones hesitated inside, still got away with it, and gets the layup.
Well, the inverted Jones set him down in the low box inside. They catch it, they get a deuce. That was a nice transition, 2-on-1. The young kids out there stay a little wider than the lane, make it very difficult for one man to play two.
Williams is getting a breather. He is out. Melchione gets the ball inside to Shavlik Randolph. Randolph puts it up and draws a foul. We've got a timeout on the floor. Duke trying to come back to catch up with Maryland. They're down by 6.
Morris talked about the great starts. They were 17-0 is their best start in 1992. And that's the year they cut the nets down and won the national title. 86, they were 16-0. In fact, in 86, they won the most games in the history of Duke, 37. That was our own Jay Billis and company, and Johnny Dawkins, and all the greats. Johnny now one of the guys on the staff right next to Coach K, to the right of Coach K. But that was a terrific basketball team. Lost to never nervous. Purvis Ellison won the national title that year, Louisville.
Kaner Medley drops it off. There's a blocked shot for the foul. It's going to be on McClure, who thought he got all ball. And now they're going to say jump. No foul. And McClure was right. He did get all ball.
But there's that alternate possession rule, and it goes against the defensive player. Here's McClure rotating over. Oh, yeah, he did have the basketball. And his alternate possession goes to Maryland. Get rid of that rule, baby.
We're never going to get that changed, are we?
I think it has to be changed. I think anybody who really likes the game of basketball and are sincere about the love for this game, and they're on that rules committee, they can't tell me that rule is good for basketball. That's an absolutely disaster, that rule.
And now they are talking to Ebekwe and Randolph about a little pushy-shovey going on there.
You just knew that Maryland was going to come out here and challenge him. Take a look right here. Cannot use the monitor in that situation to determine a judgment call in.
The only thing they could really do is adjust the shot clock.
Well, that's where you can look for a timing situation. You can look, scoring and timing. And then they have a way of peeking to see if they got the other right. And they can use it for a shot clock situation.
Ebekwe forced that one up, didn't get it. The shot clock won't change, didn't hit the rim, down to 16. Ebekwe again, third time's the charm. Akene Ebekwe gets his first basket.
Nice little two-man game, trying to get some inside presence. That's been one of their priorities coming out here.
Reddick stripped on the way in. They lose it coming back. Now Reddick's open for three and drains it. Are you kidding?
I'll tell you, Mike, it's like a layup, baby. It's like automatically squares his body. Can you imagine him at the next level if he ever played with a Shaquille O'Neal on the same side of the floor?
He has 10. Abekwe glides in, missed with the left hand. Williams with the rebound.
Abekwe's got to take that up strong. He's got to jam that baby. Got to jam that sucker.
Randolph, three. They've cut it to two and a foul on Bowers.
And the Cameron Crazies go bananas. They're trying to emulate him everywhere we go. But it all started here at Cameron Indoor Stadium, Mr. Ravitch.
7:09 to go first half. Let's check in with Carl Ravitch.
Hi, Mr. Vitale, Mr. Patrick. BC at the free throw line trying to protect a three-point lead. How'd they get that lead? Off this three by Jarrett Dudley is first of the game. Providence has called a timeout with 5.5 seconds left to go. And they are down 78-75. Ryan Golem's inside the lane. He missed it. BC was then fouled, so it's 78-75 after making the free throw. 5.5 to play. We'll let you know what Providence does with the ball after this timeout.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Cobalt Coupe and Sedan. With more standard horsepower than Civic, Corolla, or Jetta. And our 5-year, 60,000-mile powertrain warranty. Two great cars, starting at $14,190. Cobalt, the new commotion in the Chevy family. See your local Chevy dealer today.
ESPN College Game Day throws it down from historic Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas. Reese, Jay, and Digger get you set for a huge Saturday of college hoops. We'll look at surprising BC and the wild Big East race, and the story of Christian Moody, a walk-on playing big minutes for the Jayhawks. Then at 8, a complete wrap of the day's action and the breakdown of Texas-Kansas. ESPN College Game Day, fueled by Mountain Dew, 11 a.m. on ESPN and 8 p.m. on ESPN.
Hold everything with Adelphia. Order digital cable and get multiple channels of HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, or Stars for just $5 a month for 5 months. Call Adelphia and hold everything, including the best movies and exclusives, right in your hand. With Adelphia's digital video recorder, you can pause, rewind, and hold everything. Even record your favorite shows without videotapes. Hold everything with an Adelphia DVR. Call 1-866-31-CABLE today.
My job takes me to water projects in 17 states, but I earned my degree online in just 26 months.
I became a more effective teacher, and I earned a promotion.
I'm a single mother and a busy professional, but I earned my MBA in just 2 years.
My instructors and classmates were all very experienced. The University of Phoenix is a real-world education.
Call 1-866-214-2322.
All right, still 5.5 seconds left. They have gone back-to-back timeouts and discussing strategy. What do you do? Providence is going to have the ball, and they're not in the bonus if BC fouls them.
Well, they are in the bonus. It'll be a 1-and-1. I would foul. I wouldn't allow a three-point shot to send to overtime. Put them at the line with the 1-and-1.
So you would foul them?
Yes, under 6 seconds, absolutely.
All right, let's go out there. Andy Freed has the call of the game, and he is joined by the great Holy Cross player, Ronnie Perry. So 78-75, 5.5 to go.
Boston College would foul, in a sense, too.
Yep. I think that's a good strategy. Actually, you could just reach in as soon as the team starts to penetrate, and the most they can then get would be the 2 points from the line. But under no circumstances do you allow an easy three, and you don't never foul the three-point shooter. Got to penetrate right away if you're McGrath. Make your move.
He has 5 3-pointers tonight for the tie off the front of the rim. And the Boston College Eagles are 17-0. 6-0 in the Big East. McGrath certainly had a look, and off the front of the rim it went. The Boston College Eagles are 17-0, continuing their best start in school history, and 2 short of their all-time winning streak of 19, which came back in 1968-69. So the Eagles win.
Georgetown and West Virginia, the next 2 games as they try to get to their greatest start ever. Doug?
Well, absolutely magnificent performance coming from behind once again on the road.
Mike, they've done that 6 times this year. Back to you guys.
You're watching ACC Wednesday presented by Staples, and now you're watching a tie game at Duke. 23-23. The Blue Devils, undefeated, 15-0, have come from behind to tie it up at home.
Well, they go inside to Sheldon Williams, but what a great win by Boston College. You got to talk about National Coach of the Year. Certainly Al Skinner's going to be in a mix. I really think three of the most underappreciated coaches in the nation who do a great job of Bobby Lutz at Charlotte and a guy I saw last night, Bo Ryan. And what about all the publicity? Mike Krzyzewski, the way he praised Bo Ryan to you and I tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Just thinks the guy has done a magnificent job. You can't argue with what he has done at Wisconsin with that tremendous home winning streak. And coming up on Thursday, we have some more great games for you tomorrow night. 7 o'clock Eastern, Michigan State. The Spartans have won 9 of their last 10. It's also available on ESPN HD at 9 Eastern on ESPN2. DePaul against Memphis. Throwdown Thursday on ESPN and ESPN2.
Talk about disappointments. Memphis has been a major disappointment. John Calipari will be the first to tell you.
Melchione with a reach-in foul. That will be his second. Maryland's biggest lead was at 15-7. And they have squandered that opportunity. McCray tries a scoop shot underneath. Follow shot won't go, but a foul, and that was James Gist, the freshman, seeing his first action.
Well, you know, Gist, an outstanding athlete. Maryland took a real blow losing DJ Strawberry. He's an energy guy, outstanding defensive player. Remember my old Roll Age team, as you look at DJ, I was really teasing him. I said, man, you can flat out dress. Look at those threads. You're gonna loan me some of those clothes.
Torn ACL, he'll be lost until next year. Very athletic guy, and obviously he fit into Gary Williams' scheme of being able to run the court and press defense.
Well, you know where he would be effective today? He would probably be challenging a guy like Reddick defensively and make him really have to earn every open look he would get. Takes great pride on the defensive side, Strawberry.
Duke with a chance to take the lead on this trip. Ewing, who's been very quiet offensively.
Trying to think a little bit more of Sheldon Williams inside.
Reddick tried to save it and couldn't, and Bowers has done a nice job against Williams.
Yeah, he really has. Last 3 games, Williams is averaging 19 a game, 10 rebounds a game, and 3.7 blocks a game. Not bad, shooting 75% from the field either.
No. Gilchrist, good penetration, missed the shot. Tip won't go, and Williams with another rebound.
And one good thing early in this game for Maryland is Gilchrist is trying to attack on the offensive end. He's a little bit more aggressive than he's been recently.
Bad pass, but touched by Maryland out of bounds. Let's check in with Doris.
Well, guys, last year, and you witnesses, John Gilchrist broke out on the national stage. ACC tournament MVP, averaged 24 points. But for Gary Williams, it's his balance. Can he make the players around him better? Not only find shots for himself, but other guys. Daniel Ewing, on the other hand, guys, adjusting as a scorer's mentality. He's been outstanding, unselfish, leading Duke to a 15-0 start.
So underrated, really a solid guard, Doris. He and Reddick form one of the great backcourts in America. Oh, you don't want to foul him there. You don't want to foul him there.
Well, he did a great job. Got Nick Kaner-Medley up in the air, and then Kaner-Medley was in trouble because all Reddick was going to do was lean into him and draw the foul.
23 in a row on the line. There's the good ball fake. Now he leans in.
He'll get 3 shots. The best free throw shooter that ever played college basketball.
Amazing. You think about 95.6 this year, 94.3 for his career. I mean, that's unbelievable.
He's only missed 20 his entire career. 20 out of 351.
How's that for a weapon going down the stretch? Both he and Ewing can make free throws, and that's a big plus. I would say the best backcourts in America, Mike, what I saw last night with Williams and Brown, certainly Gray and Paul down there at Wake Forest. You got to love Felton and McCants at North Carolina, and I like Reddick and Ewing. That would be my 4 top.
Duke has just taken its first lead of the game with 4:41 to go. First half.
Also, you factor in Georgia Tech when they get B.J. Eldon. Elder back, certainly a major loss. I don't think they've recovered from the loss at Kansas when they had the big lead and he went out with the injury. And emotionally, they have not been able to recover.
Reddick has 13 of Duke's 26. Bad pass ahead to Reddick. Behind the back dribble, got a little too fancy, and Gilchrist gets it back to Kaner Medley for the jam at the other end.
Kaner Medley with the dues. Mr. Reddick tried to put a little mustard, man, a little hot dog, a little pizzazz, and it cost him big time. When you can shoot like he can, he's allowed those kind of turnovers once in a while.
Williams, he showed that kind of range against Florida State and Miami. Sheldon Williams has 7, Duke back by 2. Gilchrist, triple team, had the ball taken away. Duke basketball. What defense by Ewing. That was a great play against a guy who is stronger than he is.
Well, one of the edges when you look at the defensive factor tonight, Duke is yielding 61 points a game, Maryland 73. There's the defense going to rotate over. They have all ball. Duke has wins already this year over Michigan State by 7. It takes on Michigan, Oklahoma by 11, and Temple by 8.
We have watched J.J. Reddick mature as a shooter throughout his career as a freshman. Basically, he didn't get nearly as many shots at the free throw line. He only missed 9 all year long. As a sophomore, he was even better, only missed 7. This year, he has only missed 4 free throws. 89 of 93 is what he has hit from the line.
Well, you know, his family right now, as they look at that series, they're saying, the kid hardly ever misses, and they're going to show all his misses.
Yeah, well, you could do it in a few seconds. 28-26 under 4 minutes to go first half. Ewing glides down the lane.
What a strong drive. Played in high school with T.J. Ford, Kenny Taylor of Texas. What about Texas last night? 14 threes and a big win over Texas Tech.
That was the first basket of the night for Daniel Ewing, who averages nearly 17 a game, 8th in the ACC. Jones with a runner, can't hit it. Fight for the rebound inside. Randolph goes out of bounds. Last touch by Mike Brennan getting a chance to play a little bit. 3:15 to go first half.
On the next Tilt.
Opportunity just flew in on a private jet. If I clear my throat before I raise, then you re-raise. Understand?
Let's rock and roll. Tilt, Thursday at 9 p.m. on ESPN. Presented by Toyota.
Winter X Games 9 live from Aspen starts Saturday and continues nightly at 9 Eastern on ESPN.
I'll never forget Stacy. Nursing student by day, waitress by night. Not a lot left after tuition, rent, and food. It's estimated that people overpaid their taxes by nearly $1 billion. I didn't want Stacy to be one of them. I got her the maximum refund. We put half in an IRA, and the other half, I'm sure she spent it on school supplies.
Get the maximum refund you're entitled to, or your return is free. Come into H&R Block today and get every advantage you deserve.
You can go to a lot of places for new tires, but if you drive a Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury, only one place is the best. Your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer for genuine parts and service. To prove it, we're issuing the Genuine Challenge. Right now, we guarantee the lowest prices anywhere on the name brand tires we sell. Goodyear, Michelin, General, and more, installed by factory-trained technicians. The Genuine Challenge. We're better, we're proving it, and we want you to be the judge.
Daytime calls costing you a fortune? Then come to T-Mobile and talk whenever, nationwide.
Midday?
That's right.
Mid-morning?
Yep.
Mid-afternoon?
Whenever.
Now get 1,000 whenever minutes free nights and weekends just $45.99.
T-Mobile. Get more.
Big breakfast burritos. Sonic's got them, others don't. Get a jump on your morning with Sonic's Big Breakfast Burrito. Fluffy eggs, sausage, and shredded cheese wrapped in a warm flour tortilla and served with a side of salsa. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Coming up on the UPS halftime report, BC stays unbeaten. It was not without a fight. And you look at this game, Maryland's playing nearly perfect, and yet they find themselves down, Doug.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden they've been playing great defense, and they're not hedging on a high-screen roll with Daniel Ewing. I'm sure Coach Vitale's out there. He's about to draw something up. How can you not hedge when Daniel Ewing comes off the high screen?
All that coming up on the UPS halftime report. Still some time to play, though. We'll go back to Duke. Join Mike and Dick.
Carl, thanks very much. We have 3:15 to go here. Maryland led by 8. Duke now has its biggest lead at 30-26. Nearly a steal. And more defense, and Sheldon Williams is hurt as he stopped Gist.
I'll tell you, taking the ball to the goal. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm sitting up here. It's not a foul. Look at this on his arm. I mean, that has got to be contact. You're going to blow the whistle there. He deserves 2 shots.
I mean, normally we're saying, wonder if he got all ball. He got all 4 of it. It wasn't even close.
It was not even close. I mean, that is definitely a 2 shot.
And Gary Williams is saying the same thing. He said, hey.
Take a look right here. Now look where his arm is. Look where his arm is. There's no ball, baby. The ball is right there. Here's the arm. That is a foul without a doubt. A blind man like me can see that, Mr. Patrick.
Well, Gist is saying, what do you have to do to get a whistle on that one? And so is Gary Williams.
He's inviting Mr. Jones to dinner. Take a look from up on top. And this is big because you'd like to get Sheldon Williams in foul trouble if you're Maryland. He's the one guy that Duke cannot afford to go sit on that sideline.
Well, if he's not going to be called for that one, he's not going to be called for too many. There's Gist powering his way in. Oh.
I mean, 1 of 3 officials have to see that.
Now the officials are going to go and check the clock again, which they can do. What they will see while they are looking at the
I don't think they want to see. I don't think what they want to see.
They're going to be a little stunned seeing that one. Go, whoops, missed one.
Well, you know what? They're certainly entitled to miss one here and there. We all have turnovers. Great guards have turnovers. Announcers have turnovers.
Oh, we do not.
Oh, I make a lot of mistakes.
Don't make more than 2 or 3 every other minute. Williams really hasn't been that much of a factor. Good job by Bowers. Flat-footed jump shot? No.
What they're really doing a great job of is really locking up on Reddick. They can't give help inside on Williams off of Reddick. There's no way in the world.
That was a 5-second closely guarded call and the 10th turnover against Duke.
That is called makeup time, baby.
Thought we did away with that in the 60s. Good defense, double team by Duke. And what a silly foul by Garrison.
That is really a silly foul.
I mean, Garrison is begging to have that one called.
He is really struggling, Garrison, offensively.
And that's 3 on Garrison.
Number 25, Ebekwe returns for Maryland. At the line, number 23 for the Blue Devils.
And that will put Duke in the 1-1 and send Williams to the line. He's a 72% shooter this year. 9 rebounds, 4 blocked shots. And Garrison, who did not start tonight, comes off the bench and gets 3 fouls in limited action. And Garrison is really their physical presence, Dick, at 6'8", 238. I mean, if Ebekwe comes in, he's 210 pounds. Bowers isn't that physical a guy.
Well, they're expecting a big year out of Garrison. He's really had a difficult time. Gary feels he's gone to the jump shot too much. He's got to be a little bit more aggressive on the offensive side. Now he picks up the 3rd foul on a silly foul, 90 feet away from the basket, and now he's got to sit on the sideline.
32-26, Bowers trying to get in. Duke trying to get the charge. Shavlik Randolph couldn't do it, and the score inside by Ebekwe and the foul.
Ebekwe in good offensive rebound position to Gets that deuce. Hey, you look right now in the ACC, what really looks super, as you see here, no call, and there's a Beckway on the inside, good offensive rebound position. Remember, Mike, early this year, they had 7 teams in the top 25. That has come down big time because they all beat each other up. And who would have ever thought that Miami and Virginia Tech would get some of the wins that they've gotten? Everybody thought they were going to be cupcakes.
You know what was amazing about that week? Not only 7 teams in the top 25, but 5 in the top 9. It had never happened before, and I virtually guarantee you it's never going to happen again. McClure with a runner, Shavlik Randolph with the tip.
I'll tell you, Randolph's starting to give them some real productivity here tonight off the bench, and that is certainly going to be a positive. Had that 5-for-5 performance against Florida State as well.
This is his 4th game back from mononucleosis, and his minutes getting more and more extended. Mike Krzyzewski tells him to go in, play as hard as you can. When you get tired, we'll bring you out.
Came out of high school with such a big-time reputation. So difficult to live up to a local kid.
Gilchrist got caught up in the air, lost the ball.
Granddad was a star at North Carolina State, who had, as you know, Mr. Randolph watching on, had that big win North Carolina State over Maryland. We're up 26 at the half.
Reach in and a steal. Good defense by a Beckway.
How would you like to be in the locker room? Gary Williams at home, down 26 at half. I'd like to hear that speech.
No, thanks.
Came back out and they really challenged the second half, got it down to 10. There was too much Julius Hobbs down the stretch.
Duke's really stepped up its defense here. Shavlik Randolph will be called for a hold. That's 2 on Shavlik Randolph. More college basketball action on Saturday at noon Eastern. North Carolina against embattled Virginia. The Tar Heels have won 16 of the last 17. Then at 9 Eastern on ESPN2, Texas and Kansas. That's also available on ESPN2 HD.
I can't wait to go down to Rock Chalk Jayhawk land. I think they're going to come back. I think I should look. Hey, I like that lid. I like that lid. Look at that lid. I really think the mentality when you look at Kansas, a bunch of tough, hard-nosed kids, and they're going to come back from that disaster against Villanova when they were blitzed, blown out. They've been hanging on with a lot of close games, and they finally had to put to them. Responded last night, made 16 threes, and now they take on Texas. Our Saturday night crew is going to be down there. Brian Nessler, myself, and we're going to have all our guys, Jay Billis, Digger, Reese Davis. We're all going to be in town.
Beckway hits a couple of free throws, 6 points, cuts the lead to 4.
Good effort so far by Maryland defensively. They've really come out and played hard.
Dockery working outside.
What a magical job Mike Krzyzewski doing this year. Even Gary Williams has said, phenomenal year.
Dockery with a tough angle to take that shot, and now Maryland will have a chance to shoot the last shot of the first half.
Because, Mike, you and I know this is not one of the real dynamite Duke teams personnel-wise. They just understand their roles, and they got 3 players that they build around.
It's not a team that can dominate, but it's still a team that is undefeated. Gilchrist, tough shot, won't go. Rebound to Maryland. Now a loose ball under 1 second. And nearly a half-point shot to end the half. And at the half in Durham, it is Duke 34 and Maryland 30. Now let's join Carl Ravitch and Doug Gottlieb in the studio for the UPS halftime report.
Todd, Mike, thank you very much. And tough to tell how much time was left on that clock when that shot went off. Couldn't really tell. News and notes, folks. Looks like Terrell Owens may still play in Super Bowl. He has not been medically cleared, but he's going to keep practicing and try to test that ankle. Jamal Lewis sentenced to 4 months in prison on drug charges. It is a prison sentence he knew was coming based on a plea agreement he had come up with. Those are the news and notes. We'll talk basketball when we come back. Duke is unbeaten, trying to stay that way. BC is unbeaten, and they did stay that way, but you have to see how they did it. Is perfect really a word that applies? And Villanova, earlier Doug Gottlieb talked about bandwagons. This one may be getting crowded pretty soon.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Genuine Ford and Lincoln Mercury Parts and Service, only at your dealership.
Where do you get a great value in auto service? From the people who know your vehicle best. The factory-trained service team at your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. To prove we're better, we're issuing the Genuine Challenge. Come in and compare our service to anyone. Then compare deals like this. Get the works. An oil change, tire rotation, inspection, and more. Just $34.95 or less. The Genuine Challenge. We're better. We're proving it. And we want you to be the judge.
It's wonderful. It's incredible. It's something only Wendy's could do.
It's amazing.
Introducing Combo Choices.
Oh, thanks.
Choose fries, chili, baked potato, side, or Caesar side salad at no extra cost. Dave Thomas knew his customers liked the choice.
A combo with a side salad.
So choose Wendy's. It's better here. Our pickup window is open till midnight or later.
Hey! Notre Dame, right? Class of 76! Yeah, I'm a Domer too, 85. Go Irish! Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echo.
ESPN's coming to the Walt Disney World Resort. Join us in Florida for ESPN The Weekend, presented by SpeedStick 24/7. For details, visit ESPNTheWeekend.com now.
Hey, bring one for the Gipper.
Welcome to the UPS Halftime Report.
Life on the road, tough. Life on the road in the ACC on Duke's home floor, real tough. Maryland, some questionable calls, find themselves down 34-30. They are at the break. Duke, of course, trying to stay unbeaten. We'll see if they do that in the second half with Doug Gottlieb. I'm Carl Ravitch on the UPS Halftime Report. Another team that's unbeaten, Illinois. They stayed perfect last night. BC tonight on the road at Providence College. It's become their sort of modus operandi. Trail early, win late. Did they do it again tonight? Providence up 8. Donnie McGrath bangs a 3 from somewhere in there, Woolwich, Rhode Island. Providence up 11. Sean Williams finds Craig Smith. He flushes it. Providence led by 4. Then it was tied up after Louis Hinnett's three-pointer to make it 61 all. Feel the momentum changing, Doug, here?
Yeah, Boston College really had kind of an arrogance, a cockiness about them where they always felt like or looked like they were going to win this game.
It wasn't a foregone conclusion when they were up by 2 at 69-67. They go up 4 when Craig Smith knocks down a jumper. Providence then scored the next 5. They're up 1 when McGrath launches a 3. They're up 4 with 3 minutes to go. You got to figure they're going to salt this one away. But it's down to a 2-point lead when Jared Dudley dagger. Big time 3 from the left. And it's 76-75 BC. Now up 3. Donnie McGrath says they're going to probably foul me. If I shoot this quick, I can get a 3 and tie it. And he hits the front of the rim. So Boston College gets another victory. Headache City from McGrath and the Friars, 78-75. Smith goes for 21. Jared Dudley goes for 21 and 11 rebounds. BC, they have beaten Connecticut. That's their best win. They're 6-0 in Big East play. And like Illinois last night and like Duke right now, looking to stay unbeaten. BC and Illinois have done it in their most recent games. So 17-0. Anything misleading about it? You buying into BC?
Well, I'm buying into BC. I mean, I think they're a good team. Remember, their schedule actually plays out in a way where they could go undefeated through the regular season. They still have to go to Notre Dame, but they don't play at Syracuse. They don't play at Pittsburgh. They already beat UConn on the road. But this team has to caution itself because they kind of had that arrogance about themselves that helped them get back into the game even when it looked like they could fall out. But you got to be careful. Any team you play on the road, if you get behind early, as they have often, you can get yourself beat.
They get Syracuse at home. They get Pittsburgh at home. We'll have Jim Boeheim on College Game Night, which follows Outside the Lines later tonight, talk about BC and that conference. We'll stay in the Big East. Villanova all of a sudden starting to play some good ball, taking on Notre Dame. You like the way they're playing, huh?
Well, hey, Digger Phelps likes the way they're playing. He called Curtis Sumter. He called the upset, taking on the Irish tonight. Digger's on the other team.
Randy Foy becomes the 47th Nova player with 1,000 or more career points. There's Sumter, big 3, tied at 52. Less than 4 to play. Nova's up 3. Allen Ray. This one is good for a pair with a man in his mug. Wildcats up 59-54. Chris Thomas, one-man show most of the game. 3-point play. Got it. Notre Dame within a couple. Nova hit the free throws down the stretch, though, and after a handshake, they walk away with a win, 65-60.
Well, Notre Dame continues to baffle, though. I mean, this is a team that has all the weapons, and yet they kind of play as two teams. The big guys, when they play well, the guards don't. When the guards play well, the big guys don't.
Corinne Francis goes for 19 and 12. Meantime, some ACC scores. Florida State and NC State, 70-64. Von Wafer's been red hot. He had 23 points in this one.
What happened to NC State? You thought they'd build on momentum, winning at Maryland, then they lose one at home to Florida State.
Tough team to figure out. Miami by 4 over Clemson, 69-65. We'll come back. Second half, don't forget, coming up, and more college basketball right after this.
This halftime report is delivered by UPS. What can Brown do for you?
Brown keeps my customers in the loop. Used to be they didn't know when they'd get their sunglasses, so they'd call me. Now, with UPS, my customers get an email letting them know when their order is going to arrive. It's like I answer their questions, even before they ask.
How'd you do that?
I'm telepathic.
Email notification for better customer service. UPS. What can Brown do for you?
Investing is about knowing the waters and where the real risks are. At T. Rowe Price, we navigate the market with discipline, relying on experience and our own independent research. 75% of our funds beat their 1, 5, and 10-year Lipper averages. Low-cost mutual funds from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a complete prospectus or profile with investment objectives, risks, fees, expenses, and other information to read and consider carefully before investing.
Hey, Teddy, can you come in here and do some rebates for me?
Sure. Actually, sir, my biological dad, who I haven't seen in 20 years, just showed up. And he really wants to take me for ice cream, so...
Teddy,
yeah.
You know we have an easy button now, right?
We have an easy button?
When it comes to rebates,
Larry, Dave,
everybody has an easy button. It's called Staples. Just go online. There's no clipping, no mailing, no hassles. What's easier than that? Staples. That was easy.
Don't take your Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury just anywhere for service. Bring it home. To your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer for genuine parts and service. We know your car best, period. That's why we're issuing the Genuine Challenge. An invitation for you to come in and compare us to any competitor, anywhere, for expertise, convenience, and service. All at a great value. When you compare us to them, you'll prefer us. The Genuine Challenge. We're better. We're proving it. And we want you to be the judge.
A steady girlfriend. I'm maturing nicely, I think. Here's another example. I eat McDonald's double cheeseburgers, which I love, which I order off the dollar menu, which gives me a lot of food for not much dough. But I don't poke a hole in the wrapper, twirl it on my nose anymore and go, woo, woo, woo. Stop doing that.
This is the UPS Halftime Report.
Duke coming up, second half in just a sec. First, some other highlights. Louisville and Marquette, no Travis Diener, and this one was over just about the time they announced he wasn't going to play. Louisville didn't miss. Quan Dean found Francisco Garcia, then Dean hits a three. This is probably the best three-point shooting team that plays basketball other than the Seattle Sonics in the NBA, Doug.
You got to guard them in the parking lot, but this was ugly early, ugly often, and hey, Rick Majerus went into his blowout material at about halftime.
Yeah, we got into the dietary situations and other things as well. 75-39, Lorenzo Wade hit a three. Larry O'Bannon put on a show, folks. Career best 30 points for him. Look out, TCU in Charlotte, and a turn back the clock night seen on ESPN Classic. E.J. Drayton, no, but Martin Eady's there with a one-handed flush.
All we need is the carnation, and we got an old Digger Phelps outfit.
I bet he was wearing his carnation. Brett Reese Hackett from behind the line. Charlotte lead is 6. When he's not on TV, he goes throwback.
Hey, come aboard the bandwagon. It's the Charlotte 49ers. Only loss at home to Alabama in overtime. Somebody put this team in the top 25, please.
64-55. Charlotte is a winner, or was up at that point, and they go on and roll 94-87. Alabama 60-55 over Auburn. Auburn's another tough team to figure out. They have really struggled this season, as you see, 9-9 and 0-5 in conference.
Yeah, tough first season for Jeff Lebo, but Kennedy Winston, Ernest Shelton, and Ronald Steele, the new freshman point guard for Alabama, is the team that could sneak in and win the SEC.
Next stop, Big Ten, Northwestern Iowa. Greg Bruner, he had himself a big night. End of the first half. Carlton Reed's going to quickly throw up a three as time's winding down, and there's a 3-point lead at the half, 32-29. But again, focusing on Bruner, watch him use that big body underneath. He had 25. He's a real prospect. 48-44 after a three-pointer tied it. Pierre Pierce is going to have a chance to ice this thing at the end. And it's a tough fadeaway, around and out, so they are going to overtime.
Iowa, one of these teams that has the resume out of conference to get in the NCAA tournament, but has struggled now in conference. They badly need this road victory tonight.
Game below 500, as Doug says. They have lost 3 of their last 5 games. With Kusic, who you see down there in the lower left with 28, he hit the 3 to tie it up. Second half, Duke, Maryland. Again, we talked about it. Maryland really played about as well as you can on the road and still are down 4.
Yeah, well, they play with great intensity, especially defensively. And I think when you go to Duke, you have to play your game. You got to just leave it all out on the floor. And I look for John Gilchrist to continue to look to score the basketball. I know he struggled.
Right.
And look, the coaching staff, Gary Williams and the guys have been on him, but he's his scorer. When he was the MVP of the conference tournament, it was because he was looking to score first and pass second. You're not going to change him at this point in the season. You don't have a backup. Let him do what he does.
You heard Doris make that comparison between Gilchrist and Ewing. Ewing distributing, Gilchrist trying to. All right, J.J. Redick doesn't have to distribute. He just got to shoot, whether it's behind that line or at the free throw line. Doesn't miss very often. Mike Patrick, Dick Vitale have the second half, folks, coming up.
This halftime report is delivered by UPS. What can Brown do for you?
What will you do now that the Toyota Tundra has more power?
Buy another snowmobile. I'm gonna rip out some stumps. I'm gonna get my tools back from my neighbor.
With an enhanced 282 horsepower iForce V8, you can do more. Tundra Double Cab. Now that's moving you forward.
Let's join hands now, come along to a place we all belong. People, let's get together.
Last year, 1 million people, enough to stretch from the Gulf of Mexico to the Grand Canyon, switched their car insurance to Allstate. Why? People saved an average of $338 a year. How to save America some money. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Let's join hands now, come along.
How was your day? Good. Yours? Good.
Break the routine and live a little.
Welcome to Chili's.
Introducing Chili's new Build Your Own Big Mouth Burger. Handcrafted with your choice of over 20 unique toppings. You pick it, we build it. Build Your Own Big Mouth Burger. New at Chili's. Come on, live a little.
Recommended breast biopsy was never performed.
A young lady's mammogram report had a suspicious lump, and a biopsy was recommended. However, her doctor never told her, and the biopsy was never performed. 2 years later, the cancer was discovered, but it was too late.
Our team of attorneys, doctors, and nurses uncover the truth behind medical mistakes.
Let our team work for you.
Call 1-888-ELK, Ohio.
Elk and Elk. Serious lawyers for serious injuries.
Luxury, performance, and comfort. It's all here at the all-new Acura of Cleveland. Choose from the area's best selection of new Acuras. Lease an 05 Acura RSX for $199 a month, or an 05 Acura MDX, $399 a month. Plus, we have a great selection of quality pre-owned. It's all here at Cleveland's newest Acura store, the all-new Acura of Cleveland, right off 480 on Brook Park Road.
The customer first, every day, every way, at Acura of Cleveland.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Toyota. Choose any direction as long as it's moving forward. And Nike Pro.
God, show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down. The only thing that I pray
Cameron Indoor Stadium in Durham, North Carolina. Undefeated Duke continues to lead Maryland by 4. Maryland was up by as many as 8 earlier in the ball game, and actually, probably for the first time since we've ever been doing Duke-Maryland, you could say this was not a particularly well-played half.
Really sloppy, really a lot of turnovers. Duke averaging 13 turnovers for the year, has got 12. We're going to set a utilization on a high screen. Watch right now, poor job of hedging by number 31. So you got to step out. He releases too early. Now look at this, you freeze it. He's got options. He can throw a little hook pass as 3 guys rotate to Ewing, right to Shavlik Randolph on the weak side. But instead, the defensive players release, and Ewing takes it right to the goal for a layup. Nobody steps up into his driving angle.
And we're underway second half. Sheldon Williams, triple team. They go outside. Kaner Medley with the rebound for Maryland.
See, last year the ball went into the post. It went to Jamar Smith. He put 25 on the board when they beat Duke in the ACC championship, stopping Duke from winning. Ready for this? It would have been their 6th consecutive ACC title.
And there is nobody in there to replace him. I mean, they can't even do it with 2 or 3 guys. Melchione, who had a quiet first half. Williams, excellent offensive position, and he'll draw the foul on Bowers. Let's go to Doris Burke. Doris?
Well, guys, first for Gary Williams, he said, listen, we got to put the ball in the basket. We had our opportunities. We didn't make use of them. He'd like to get to the free throw line more. As far as their 11 turnovers, he said, hey, that's ball pressure. We've got to do a better job with it. For the Duke Blue Devils, hey, they felt like they had wasted possessions. Maryland's defense forced them into some turnovers. They'd like to be more careful with the basketball, guys.
They really were sloppy in that first half, had 12 turnovers, averaging 13 bars for the year, and really not playing in a real rhythm like they normally have. And I think one of the reasons, they're not getting enough touches inside to Sheldon Williams.
Duke by 6.
First 4 minutes of this half, Mr. Patrick, really a key for Maryland. They have to come out here and take charge. Poor pass. That was telegraphed. Anybody could see that was coming.
Look at Dockery. Look at the hustle. What a play by Dockery. He just never stopped running.
He never gave up on the play. He could have given it up. That's got the Cameron Crazies going bananas. And a quick TO, baby, by Gary Williams. He's not a happy guy.
Hey, Teddy, can you come in here and do some rebates for me?
Sure. Actually, sir, my biological dad, who I haven't seen in 20 years, just showed up. And he really wants to take me for ice cream, so...
Teddy,
yeah.
You know we have an easy button now, right?
We have an easy button?
When it comes to rebates,
Larry, Dave,
everybody has an easy button. It's called Staples. Just go online. There's no clipping, no mailing, no hassles. What's easier than that? Staples. That was easy.
It's a fact. Original Pringles taste better than the leading bag chip. Next time, choose on taste. Pick Pringles.
The other day, my mom brought home a delicious new toasted Quiznos turkey sub. And you know what she gave me? Strained peas. That's just wrong.
Get Quiznos new turkey sub for just $2.99 every day. Quiznos. Toasty.
What will you do now that the Toyota Tundra has more power?
I'm gonna get a bigger trailer. Build a new addition.
I'm gonna buy me a boat.
With an enhanced 282 horsepower iForce V8, you can do more. Tundra Double Cab. Now that's moving you forward.
Back in the 1800s, when my great-great-grandfather Adolphus began brewing Budweiser, getting an ice-cold beer in the West wasn't even possible. So he came up with an idea. Refrigerated railroad cars and ice houses along the railroad in order to get Budweiser across the country in the freshest possible condition. That sure made a lot of cowboys happy back then. Today, we take the same pride in bringing our customers not only the very best tasting beer, but the freshest beer possible.
I tell you, don't give up. Don't ever give up. Take a look right here at Dockery. He stays right with it. There's the catch. Take it to the goal. He deserves the deuce. I tell you, Jimmy V's motto was don't give up, don't ever give up. And tonight, you and I, Mike, met a youngster, 12 years of age, Kevin Lynch, who has beaten cancer 5 years now. His dad told us today, Todd, that he is free from cancer. How beautiful that is to hear.
Isn't that great, Dick?
Oh, it's great. The Jimmy V Foundation is where I met him at the Jimmy V Golf outing and got to know the youngster and the courageous family he has and the great support. It's really phenomenal.
Shot clock did not reset and should have gone back to 35. As courageous as all those people have been, that it has been a pleasure to meet. We're so proud of you and John Saunders and everyone else who has worked so hard.
Thank you, Michael.
To raise money.
We hit the million mark with 20 people donating $50,000, and the final guy was our boss, George Bodenheimer, was the final one to make it happen, to hit the million, and now we want more. So anybody out there wants to join us, call the V Foundation at 1-800-4-JIMMY-V.
38-30, Duke on top of Maryland. And that one is knocked out of bounds by Bowers. Reddick in the lane. Here comes Gilchrist back for the Terps.
By John Gilchrist.
Williams hits a jump shot, 40-32.
I'll tell you what a touch he has. He has become one of the dominating post players in the game.
Kaner Medley baseline jumper.
He's given them scoring productivity, 25 a game in his last 4 games. Solid guard play is really the key for Duke. Ewing and Reddick.
Nice head fake by Reddick, but couldn't shoot it with him. And Melchione wide open as everybody else went toward the lane for the ball.
Well, nice anticipation by Dockery. I'll tell you, all those role players, Nelson, Dockery, Melchione, they all contribute in a positive way.
Great ball movement there, and then Bowers fouled by Williams.
Williams can't believe it. That was a great touch pass by Dockery, getting the ball over to Melchione in a previous possession. Take a look right here. See, he anticipates. He sees him. He's got that ball to him so quickly.
Isn't that pretty?
Really a great look. I mean, that is a Larry Bird touch and pass years ago, the guy from French Lick in Indiana State.
You know, you can talk all you want about athletic ability. That's being a basketball player. That's anticipation, knowing the game, knowing the situation.
Great, Mike. Great call using that word. So many guys are reactors. The great players are anticipators.
Yeah.
They're one step ahead. They see the play. They see it happening. They're proactive, baby. They are really thinking, focusing. I love the kid I saw last night in Illinois, had that presence about him, Darren Williams.
6-point ball game as we approach the 17-minute mark.
I tell you, Gary had his kids prepared mentally to come out here and really challenge him defensively. And right up in his face, Reddick.
Reddick double teamed on the drive, called for a walk. And Mike Krzyzewski is up. He wanted to foul on that play as Reddick was sandwiched between 2 defenders.
Mike Krzyzewski going to be a recipient of a major award from the United States Military Academy. We found out tonight a special award. I'm sure Doris Burke will get into it a little bit later.
And our congratulations to Mike. What hasn't he won?
He's a member of the Board of Trustees at West Point. Hey, I'll tell you,
what a tremendous honor that is.
Kaner Medley really doing his job, keeping him in the game.
He has 18 points, Dick. Without Kaner Medley, they get blown out here. But he's cut the lead to 3. Ewing If Ewing starts to hit shots, Duke becomes so much more dangerous. He's been off from the outside most of the year.
I tell you that he plays the ball exceptionally well defensively. Even last year with Chris Duhon, who's doing a heck of a job with the Bulls, he was their best defensive player on the ball.
Gilchrist worked for a shot, couldn't get it. And McRae fighting inside, has the shot blocked. It's a jump ball situation. It will go back to Maryland.
I love Daniel Ewing. He just understands how to play. There he is, stepping out, makes the catch, squares the body, knocks down the jumper.
Mike Jones, 23 in there. He has not been a factor from outside. Kaner Medley, nice move.
He's feeling it, baby. I tell you, he's feeling it. 25 a game in the last 4 games. You can see why.
He has 20 right now.
I got no answer. Nobody's been able to check him. Jumping inside. Get some touches. Bowers doing a great job trying to deny the ball to Williams.
He's 7'1". He's got some athletic ability inside. Dockery with a miss. Williams followed, blocked by Bowers, fouled by Bowers.
Well, you know, our fine stat man, Mr. Madre Jonas, the only opportunities he's getting are for offensive rebounds.
Tonight on SportsCenter, our test sparring partner returns from his NBA timeout. And LeBron versus Steve Nash, who should be the midseason MVP. Plus, why Shaq wants to chill a little bit in Miami.
On the next Till. Opportunity just flew in on a private jet. If I clear my throat before I raise, then you re-raise. Understand? Let's rock and roll. Tilt, Thursday at 9 p.m. on ESPN. Presented by Toyota.
You know, that kind of burns a little.
A little help here.
I think someone's going to have to suck the poison out.
Yeah. We better find somebody fast.
Go new places, experience new things. Forerunner, now that's moving you forward.
Say it with me, say it with me. Here we go. Let's go, insurers and justice. Let's go.
Grill.
Let's go, insurers and justice. Let's
$80.
Go. Cut that meat.
Sandwich.
Cut that meat.
$6.
Cut that meat.
Gas.
And it's full.
$20.
You're my favorite accountant. Tommy, please. Johnny, please show my fantasy team. You're my favorite worker.
Fans.
Yes. Woo!
Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Never gonna wash his hand. Right here, look at that.
Big breakfast burritos. Sonic's got them, others don't. Get a jump on your morning with Sonic's Big Breakfast Burrito. Fluffy eggs, sausage, and shredded cheese wrapped in a warm flour tortilla and served with a side of salsa. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Daytime calls costing you a fortune? Then come to T-Mobile and talk whenever, nationwide.
Midday?
That's right.
Mid-morning?
Yep.
Mid-afternoon?
Whenever.
Now get 1,000 whenever minutes, free nights and weekends, just $45.99.
T-Mobile. Get more.
Wrapping up this fabulous game, Northwestern with a chance against number 24, Iowa. Michael Jenkins in the corner to win it. It goes, and they win it. Northwestern upsets Iowa 75-74. Iowa really struggling in conference, Mike.
All right, Carl, when you wake up in the morning and you do this and you think it looks good, take another look. Just take one more look before you go out the door. Sheldon Williams to the line trying to build on the Duke lead. Nick Kaner Medley has 9 of Maryland's 11 points in this half. Doris Burke has more on Nick Kaner Medley.
Really, maybe. Three guys. He's coming out of Deering High School in Portland, Maine. He was serenaded with chants of Waterboy. Nobody believed he'd be effective at Maryland. We've seen him be effective tonight, guys. Gary Williams said he's at his best when he's going to the offensive glass and getting to the cup off penetration. They've been a tough guard, guys.
Tell you what, if it hadn't been for him tonight, they'd have been in a lot of trouble. They still may be, but not because of Kaner Medley.
I'll tell you, he's the one guy that's been able to make shots for him, and that's been a dilemma for them all year long.
And he doesn't try to do the things that he can't do. Plays within himself.
Well, that's a key for every ball player. You do that, you got a chance to be successful. Nice
Williams against the Beckway. Offensive foul on Williams, and it looked like Sheldon Williams gave it a little hook.
I'm going to call him with the hook. Take a look at Nick Kaner Medley from out of Maine. There he is showing post ability with that left hand down inside. Shows the ability to step outside as well. He said, JJ, I can shoot the three too, baby. And now he's in triple threat position, has great size. I mean, he is really responding to the challenge.
When he's 6'8", 241, he can give you some physical mismatches. He's a little short on that one, and Gilchrist couldn't save it, but it's last touched by Duke.
Not bad numbers right there, 6 for 9, 3 rebounds, and a big 20.
Guarded right now by Melchione, and now Melchione switches to McCray. Nice move by McCray, got by Melchione, and draws the foul.
Now, I think McRae's a guy that's got to give him some point production. He's got good abilities, an outstanding free throw shooter. He's a guy that I call an intangible guy, like Mr. Paces up at Syracuse, where Jimmy Boeheim, congrats. 20-game win season again. 27 out of 29 years winning 20 games.
How about that?
That's incredible.
McCray with a chance for a three-point play. His first 3 points of the night. He averages 12.5 points. Maryland back within 2.
They are playing really very intense on the defensive side. Look at the pressure on the ball by Gilchrist.
Ewing lost possession. Knocked out. Melchione has it. Ewing penetrates again, and he's fouled on the way in.
Right now, with Sheldon Williams on the sideline, Duke loses that post presence on the inside as you look at the landlord sitting next to the coaches.
Gilchrist will be called for that foul, and McClure is in there. That's 3 on Gilchrist, and Gary Williams unhappy about that call. Check it 2 on Gilchrist. Well, and they're saying this is a shooting foul, and I can understand why he's upset now, because I thought clearly it was not. It was driving between players, hardly in the act of shooting.
Well, Gary's had an opportunity tonight to be upset about several calls. In the national championship in his alma mater, ACC went back-to-back with Duke winning the year prior, and then Maryland at the Big East right now with Connecticut last year, the year prior, Syracuse. Who will stand tall in St. Louis, baby? St. Louis, who will stand tall?
Ewing makes it a 3-point lead. Who do you like right now if you had to pick somebody? Illinois?
Yeah, Illinois and North Carolina. That's my 2 if I'd say final.
No, only one can win.
I got North Carolina.
This is like your tournament bracket with 200 teams. I asked you for a champion, all right?
Let me tell you, I love them both. It's like looking at Jennifer Garner and Heidi Klum. They both look great, but I'll take one slight edge, the Tar Heels.
Hey, they don't let you pick 2 women either, all right? Kaner Medley comes out. Maryland with a chance to get the lead. McCray gives it to them.
Great job in transition by Maryland and a breakdown by Duke defensively. Nobody rotates back. I tell you, this is a statement game for Maryland if they can get this win. They need psychologically a big, big win. See, you got to be able to look. Great eyes. Look inside. Now watch the deuce.
Neither one of these teams has played particularly well, and because of that, they've let the other one hang around. Maryland could have had, I think, a huge lead in the first half because they were outplaying Duke. They just couldn't make any shots. Then Duke came back on them, and the same thing. They had a chance to put Maryland away and didn't do it. And now with 13:35 to go in the game, it is a 1-point contest.
They had 3 visitors yesterday at practice. The 3 visitors, all members of the Wizards. Steve Blake, Mr. Prophet, and Juan Dixon. All 3 came in to speak to the team about, hey, forget about any agendas, concentrate, these are the greatest days of your life, playing in college. And all 3 went to school 4 years I think about guys like Joseph Forte and William Avery here at Duke who left early for the NBA and became 3 years and then basketball vagabonds. And they would have been better off staying in school.
Just going to say, for the first time in memory, a visit from the Wizards was something positive.
It was real positive. They really, they reminisced about their great days as Melchione announced the break. He's making like his uncle, man. He's making like Uncle Bill.
Melchione has been huge for this team this year. He has hit some monster threes when they had to have it.
I tell you, his Uncle Bill was a great shooter.
Yes, he was.
A terrific shooter.
Let's check in with Doris Burke.
Well, it's just interesting how the NBA has shaped this Duke season when you think about it. Luol Deng leaves after a sensational freshman season. Sean Livingston never shows up. But maybe more important than anything, Dick, the turndown of the Los Angeles Lakers by Mike Krzyzewski.
I'll tell you, he belongs in college. I think he would have been Frustration City. The cash would have been nice, but let me tell you, he's not starving here at Duke.
He'd have been a very rich, very miserable guy, I think.
Exactly.
Nearly taken away from Jones, goes down on the floor, double team. Now it is stolen. So Duke uses the defense to try to turn things around on the sophomore Mike Jones. 15 Maryland turnovers, and the Duke fans on their feet.
Jumping with joy, man. Give it inside. They missed Williams again.
Dockery with a miss. Knocked out of bounds, touched by Maryland, hit the underneath of the basket support.
I think when Duke evaluates their film and they look at this game and analyze it, they're going to see the number of misses of making the entry inside the Williams. Typical Duke and Maryland going at it, 4 ties, 3 lead changes. What a rivalry this has become. Both coaches get after it. A Hall of Famer and a future Hall of Famer.
Redick behind the back into the lane against the double team.
He makes like Bob Cousy, man. Number 14 used to do that years and years ago for Holy Cross and then the Celtics.
52-48. Abekwe turns on Williams. Garrison.
And that's what they need out of Travis. Came in with a big reputation out of high school, DeMatha. He's got to be a workhorse on the inside.
Those were his first 2 points. Redick being guarded by McCray. Williams backing in on Garrison. Williams nearly took the ball away from Gilchrist. McCray, tough fadeaway jump shot, couldn't hit it.
I'll tell you, Melchione really giving him some positive minutes. Comes up with the big rebound, makes some big shots. Here's the kid was a walk-on. Came here because he wanted to be part of the Duke program. Turned down scholarships elsewhere.
Plays very hard, and he can hit these. A little strong on that one. Here comes Gilchrist on the run. 2 on 3. Boy, that's a tough shot. He made it.
That was a tough shot. I thought he was going to spin the other way and go to the lane. I thought he was going to spin, use that strong body.
He fooled everybody, and we're tied at 52. Gilchrist now in double digits.
Maryland coaching staff really working that sideline.
Redick, crowd wanted a foul. Ball on the end line. Abekwe frustrated. Duke will get it back.
Tonight on SportsCenter, our test sparring partner returns from his NBA timeout. And LeBron versus Steve Nash, who should be the midseason MVP. Plus, why Shaq wants to chill a little bit in Miami.
Mazda 3i. It's so much fun to drive. It was just named a 2005 Automobile Magazine All-Star. Here's another reason to get excited. Lease a 2005 Mazda 3i 4-door for just $179 a month for 42 months with $19.99 due at lease signing. Test drive one at your Mazda dealer now.
Winter X Games 9 live from Aspen starts Saturday and continues nightly at 9 Eastern.
You have to keep going.
never letting up, no matter how much better you are. It's what has driven Toyota to be the best. It's what's kept Toyota Camry America's best-selling car. Now through January 31st, get a new Camry with 1.9 financing or $600 cash back. Or lease a new Camry LE for just $229 a month for 36 months with only $13.99 due at signing. It's a great deal on a great car. That's Toyota, moving you forward.
Code Red. I'm being pursued. I'm procuring a getaway car. Pronto. I need a car. Now.
Sure, but you'll need insurance.
No problem. I'm going to Esurance. I can buy my policy online instantly.
You gonna have proof of insurance from Esurance?
Quote, buy, print. Instantly at Esurance. If you're on the go, you've got to have Esurance.
Get your quote at esurance.com or call today. 1-888-ESurance.
A typical ACC matchup between Maryland and Duke, all knotted up at 52. A look at the Nike game track. Well, it's a floor general comparison, guys, and this speaks to the mentality that these two guys attack the point guard position from the first half. Gilchrist, 23 plays, 13 he functions as a point guard, 10 where he functions as a shooting guard. Ewing, on the other hand, a little bit more point focused. He is less of a scorer than Gilchrist. Guys, it goes to the mentality and team needs, Dick Vitale.
Well, you know, you're trying to find a role for your guard, and every guard is a little different makeup. Gilchrist has that scoring ability.
Redick for three.
What range right there, my friends. What range right there.
18 points for the ACC's leading scorer.
I thought he was going downtown Charlotte with that baby. It's so smooth when it goes through the net. It's at the end, nothing but nylon. Defensive effort right now by Duke. They're going to step it up on the defensive side.
Gilchrist matched with Ewing. Shot clock down to 9. Gilchrist gets it back with 5. Now it's all up to him.
Ewing not allowing him to beat him to the basket. Great
Ewing
job.
got a piece. It's a jump ball situation. Ball goes to Maryland. Ball goes to Duke. Excuse me.
What a terrific job defensively. Stayed between his man and the basket. Never allowed him to make the turn. Last year, Chris Duhon used to do that. Hey, Duhon doing a heck of a job in the NBA with Luol Deng, Mr. Gordon. John Paxson has recruited some quality kids up there with the Bulls, and that's why Scott Skiles and company are winning.
10:01 to go in the game. Duke by 3. More great college games for you tomorrow night. 7 Eastern on ESPN. An old, bitter rivalry. Michigan to Michigan State. The Spartans have won 9 of the last 10. It's also available on ESPN HD at 9 Eastern on ESPN2. It's DePaul against Memphis. Throwdown Thursday on ESPN and ESPN.
I'll tell you, Michigan and Michigan State, one of my former favorite players that ever played at Duke, Tommy Amaker, class personified, has really been hit with a tough time with so many injuries, and now the suspension of Horton. On the other side, Tom Izzo. We can't say enough. Mike Krzyzewski and I are so proud as board of director members. Tom Izzo donated $50,000 to be a member of the President's Club of the V Foundation.
Congratulations to Tom. Redick. Garrison, good rebound for Maryland.
See, one of the reasons his totals, when you look statistically, are not great, he has a tendency to force and take some bad threes.
Kaner Medley with a runner, and he traveled.
Gary Williams wanted to foul prior to the travel, but he definitely won't. Look at the intensity. What a winner. I tell you, man, he coaches on every possession, his passion and love for his alma mater, loves his university. He's donated a lot of dollars to his university as well.
I thought that was a good call.
He was
just out of control.
Totally out of control.
Duke by 3 with the basketball. Williams to high post to Redick. Oh, nice head fake. Redick, offensive foul.
And that's the one area of his game that he's really done a lot better at, driving the basketball. What a great head fake. Look at you kids. See the head fake? Oh, look, he left him sitting on the floor. Oh, I thought it was a block.
Gilchrist was still moving.
He was moving. I thought it was a block. For Gary Williams, you're happy there. You don't want him on a free throw line. It's like automatic. You should not even shoot him. Save us time.
A Beckway, a little fadeaway jumper and hit it. cuts the lead to 1. 8 points for Kenny Ebekwe.
They got to get Ebekwe to start playing. He and Garrison are too talented. If Maryland's going to really be a good team in the second half of the year, those two guys have to start to be positive contributors.
Well, with a three-headed center with Bowers in there, they could make some noise. And there's Ewing hitting from outside. The lead grows to 4. Ewing with 9 points tonight.
I tell you, Ewing and Reddick, they just stretch the defense. Ewing's gone through some tough spurts. Went through like 4 games, 0 for 13.
Kaner Medley over Reddick. Now there's some range for you.
I tell you, Kaner Medley's showing Mr. Reddick that he also can tickle the twine.
Nick Kaner Medley has 23. The last 4 games he's averaged over 24.
My friends, remember, only 3 unbeaten teams will be able to survive tonight.
Too strong by Ewing after he'd hit the last one. Maryland with a chance to regain the lead with 8:05 to go. Ebekwe with a miss, stripped on the way up. The steal by Melchione.
You got to score inside there. Jamar Smith would have scored last year down in the post that deep.
Well, both teams allowing the other a chance to hang in there. Williams against Garrison. 15-footer won't go, knocked out of bounds. Out to the Terps. We've got a timeout, 7:40 to go at Cameron Indoor. Can Maryland beat Duke again? They've done it 8 of the last 10 years.
Hey, Teddy, can you come in here and do some rebates for me?
Sure. Actually, sir, my biological dad, who I haven't seen in 20 years, just showed up. And he really wants to take me for ice cream. So,
Teddy,
yeah.
You know we have an easy button now, right?
We have an easy button?
When it comes to rebates,
Larry, Dave,
everybody has an easy button. It's called Staples. Just go online. There's no clipping, no mailing, no hassles. What's easier than that? Staples. That was easy.
Mazda 3i. It's so much fun to drive. It was just named a 2005 Automobile Magazine All-Star. And here's another reason to get excited. Lease a 2005 Mazda 3i 4-door for just $179 a month for 42 months with $19.99 due at lease signing. Test drive one at your Mazda dealer now.
Where are we supposed to put the video conference room?
There's no walls.
What's this?
Your video conference room.
We need a desk.
Simplicity, powered by Cisco.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is presented by Staples. That was easy. And in part by Mazda, always the soul of a sports car. And Cisco Systems. This is the power of the network. Now.
Two of the most intense coaches in college basketball, and they have had some kind of a rivalry in the ACC. There's been a lot of intensity tonight, Dick Vitale. We've seen more skill in other matchups.
Well, we've seen more skill, but the one thing about the contest here, it is really a typical ACC matchup between Duke and Maryland. Right now, the big question is, can Duke survive and remain unbeaten to join the likes of Illinois and Boston College, who was able to survive tonight against Providence?
Maryland with the ball down by 1, 7:34 and counting. Kaner Medley. Baseline against Shavlik Randolph. Offensive foul. And Shavlik Randolph, one of the best at getting position underneath.
He's been really doing a great job of that since coming back, drawing the charge. See, first of all, Kaner Medley is susceptible to the charge when he leaves his feet like that in the lane. As soon as you're up there. And he's done a great job tonight. What a different team in terms of its effort than one at home at the beautiful Comcast Center would have been blown out by NC State.
Sheldon Williams had great position underneath, couldn't hit the shot, and Ebekwe gets the basketball. And they set Sheldon Williams up beautifully that time.
Yeah, he created a bad angle for himself, though. Trying to double up on Kaner Medley.
Beckway, tough fadeaway jumper. Reddick with the save and bounces it off Garrison out to Duke.
Duke's going to have quite a matchup. They have a test with Virginia Tech here, and then they go on a road. We have that game next Wednesday against Wake Forest at Wake.
You'll be there, right?
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun.
All right, I'll meet you there. Neither team shooting well. Maryland 42%, Duke 36.
McRae sneaks out in transition. Nice look by Gator Medley and an excellent catch by McRae. The Terps are up by 1. They're going bananas down in College Park, Maryland.
This would be a huge win for the Terps.
They need a big win. They don't have a win that they can look at psychologically and say it's a major, major W after the great expectations after winning the ACC last year.
Maryland with the ball and a 1-point lead.
8 out of 9 guys returning, Mike.
Garrison with a runner. And Mike Krzyzewski wants to talk it over with 5:51 to go in this game. Maryland 59 and Duke 58. That was the week that was. 7 ACC teams in the top 25, 5 of them in the top 9, something we had never seen before. We'll never see it again. Then conference play began. Now they're starting to beat each other up. There are 4 teams left in the top 25. Duke, Georgia Tech, Carolina, and Wake. And the top 3, Duke, Carolina, and Wake Forest, a combined 2 losses. Georgia Tech, it's going to be a long way back for them. The Yellow Jackets are 2 and 3. B.J. Elder, a lot of people are saying now that may not be the only problem they have.
I'll tell you one thing, you look at that right now, most people say that most they're going to get are 4 teams to the tournament. I think somehow they can get 5, but teams are going to have to get hot. They got 3 losses right now, but it's going to be up to Georgia Tech, Maryland.
3-on-2 break and a foul.
You know, you talk about the 3 locks right now, Mike. Certainly North Carolina and Duke and Wake Forest a lot, but I think somehow Georgia Tech will get hot, Maryland as well. I think they're going to get 5 teams. And don't count out somebody like Miami with their terrific guards. They got 3 great guards. And tonight, Florida State beat NC State.
How about that?
After NC State goes on the road and blows out Maryland up by 26. You talk about a Dow Jones team, an enigma. It's got to be the guys down there are going.
And NC State was dominating Duke the first 7 or 8 minutes of that game. And then Duke, so calm and steady, just hung in there and won the game. A Beckway gives the Terps a 2-point lead, a chance to make it 3.
Well, they're in a fight. I mean, we said prior to the game really getting going that we saw them at the shoot-around, and they were focused. You know, Gary Williams, he was going to be right on them after that setback, that hole. As soon as they see the blue and white, man, they see the colors of Duke, they go to another level.
The Duke crowd trying to help the Blue Devils. McRae doing a good job on Reddick. Reddick forces that one. Reddick was down. They wanted a foul. Didn't get it. Melchione wide open for 3. Passed on the shot because he saw an open Sheldon Williams.
One thing they've done really well tonight, Maryland, something they haven't done basically all year, is play on a defensive side. They played well against Memphis defensively earlier this year, but they really have not been defensively a force like they're capable of being.
Under 5 minutes to go. McRae leans into Williams. And that one is wedged up on the glass, and the possession arrow gives it back to Maryland.
Went right in there. It automatically becomes a jump ball situation. After the possession, goes to the Terps.
First 35 on the shot clock. Gilchrist now guarded by Reddick. It's a tough defensive matchup for Reddick. Now they make the switch.
They switch.
Kaner Medley, long 3.
Shot that for Bang Boomay.
McRae.
Three
Kaner
opportunities.
Medley.
Third opportunity. Nice
Oh,
pass.
great
Good
pass
look.
to Garrison. Nick Kaner Medley. Not only has he done the scoring, he really set that one up.
He did a terrific job finding the open man, and Garrison gets the productivity with the dunk.
Duke has missed its last 7 shots. The Blue Devils have just been dreadful from the floor tonight.
Not going inside at all. Playing too much on the perimeter. There it is.
Great feed to Williams.
Bring the ball into the lane. That was a big possession.
Sheldon Williams has 16. Melchione slaps the 4. He wants his teammates to play defense, but Kaner Medley was free underneath.
What a nice look by McRae. Great diagonal cut.
Maryland playing with tremendous intensity right now.
Yeah, a lot of heart and a lot of guts the way they came in here after the embarrassment at home. See, now he's trying to go inside a little more.
Williams backing in over Garrison.
Can I ask you a question?
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Why not more offense? Why
Absolutely.
not more offense? He's one of the premier post players in the nation. But Cameron Crazies want to know, why not bring the ball inside? Freezer right here. He gets the ball down in the post. Tough now. He's trying to give a little help, but he's got him isolated one-on-one down in the lane. Now he's going to take him right to the basket, take him to school. Has a good up and under. Nice move inside. Sheldon, now look at right here. Got it a little bit out of control. I'm going to dump it inside. See, right here. See, he's staring here. He's going to roll here, and he's going to get him the basketball. See his eyes? Garrison staring at the basketball. That's a no-no. You got to watch ball, and you got to watch man. You got a midpoint. This place is rocking. We got a good one, Mr. Patrick.
They're rocking at Cameron now. It's a 2-point game. 3:22 left.
Hey, who has it better than me? Think about it. 2 days in a row. Illinois, Wisconsin, and here with Mr. ACC, Mr. Patrick. And there's electricity in the house. It's the Terps. It's the Dukies. The Dukies undefeated.
Gilchrist with a runner. Didn't get the roll.
Right now, I think they're going to pound it inside, hoping that they get some help and dump it outside for a jump shot for Mr. Reddick.
Last 2 possessions have gone to Williams. Reddick powers his way in with the left hand. Can't hit the shot. Loose ball. Reddick gets it back. Taken away again by McRae. Reddick lost it twice in the space of 5 seconds.
He's trying to force things, man. He's not letting the action come to him. He's trying to make things happen that aren't available.
Gilchrist nearly lost it. Abekwe goes baseline. Melchione got over there, and Abekwe is called for the charge. Hats off to Melchione.
Duke does an outstanding job of rotating over. Gary not happy with that goal, but he rotated over. Oh, we got a good one, baby. There's the rotation. There's the rotation.
Not sure he got there, Dick.
You might be right.
Mazda 3i. It's so much fun to drive. It was just named a 2005 Automobile Magazine All-Star. Here's another reason to get excited. Lease a 2005 Mazda 3i 4-door for just $179 a month for 42 months with $19.99 due at lease signing. Test drive one at your Mazda dealer now.
You know, I had a great time entertaining people. But now, it's my turn to be entertained. Something's gotta change.
Introducing the John Elway Home Collection from Bassett. Custom furniture built for John, or just for you.
Now, I finally have the best seat in the house.
Hey, get out of the way! The new John Elway Home Collection, only from Bassett. You've never bought furniture like this before.
At 7:42 a.m., critical samples arrived at this pharmaceutical lab. At 9:34 a.m., a trade proposal arrived at the National Congress in Brazil. At 10:27 a.m., a birthday present arrived, as promised. Who made all of these things happen? The company that delivers more packages on time than anyone. UPS. What can Brown do for you?
big breakfast burritos. Sonic's got them, others don't. Get a jump on your morning with Sonic's Big Breakfast Burrito. Fluffy eggs, sausage, and shredded cheese wrapped in a warm flour tortilla and served with a side of salsa. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
At H&R Block, you can walk in with your taxes and walk out with a loan check. A loan for up to the amount of your refund. At H&R Block, nobody does it faster. Instant money refund anticipation loan. Do it today at H&R Block.
Is there good karma for the unbeaten teams? Duke certainly hopes so. This is how BC beat Providence. Jared Dudley hit 1-3, and that was it. BC hung on and won, stayed unbeaten.
And Carl, Duke desperate to do the same thing. They're down by 2.
Tell you, Carl, that tandem with Dudley and Smith, totally underrated.
Ewing got it to Williams, and Duke just has a case of bad hands tonight. 19 turnovers.
I tell you, I credit some of that to the defensive effort of Maryland. They really are focused. They know their tendencies. They're so well scouted and familiarity.
Reddick.
No.
Kaner Medley with the block.
Wow.
And Kaner Medley comes up limping. Williams rebounds at the other end under 2 minutes to go, and Kaner Medley is holding that left ankle.
Wow. That's a tough situation right there. What a night he's had. He's played brilliantly tonight for the Terps.
25 points, Dick.
There's the block right here. See, I thought he got some contact with the body, but they didn't call it the other way to the Maryland kids, so why not balance it out? There's Kaner Medley with the size.
I don't know.
It's close. It's tough to call up here.
But nonetheless, Kaner Medley limps off, and it will be Duke basketball. And, of course, the one thing Duke wants to do is get Reddick in those situations so he can go to the free throw line. Now they're going to try to work on that left ankle, maybe retape it, and get him back in the ball game because they obviously need him. Sheldon Williams will go to the line. He has 18 points. He's hit 6 out of 8. He'll get 2 here and could tie it at 64.
Well, Duke can search Randolph.
Excuse me, 1-1, Dick.
Randolph on a floor to get a little more size.
And he missed.
And there's the rebound by Randolph. He comes in to give him some size.
Triple.
Oh,
he falls.
What a great substitution. They take Malchione out, bring in Randolph. That's why Coach K right now is one of the winningest coaches in the game. Great move, a little move like that. Substitution, Randolph for Malchione on the lane to get size on the floor. And that's why right now, only other than Coach Knight, Sutton, Olsen, and John Chaney, Mr. Krzyzewski's up there in win total. See, look at the great effort by Shadrack Randolph. I mean, right here, look at him fighting and scrapping and clawing. And now he's going to take it off.
He got away with a push. And Gary Williams was going nuts about that. Both coaches have had legitimate arguments on calls or non-calls that have occurred tonight.
He did use that left hand for a push. Sports Center coming up next.
Susie Culver and Stuart Scott.
Hey, where's Scott Van Pelt, my buddy? Mr. Turk. He's got to be there. He's walking, pacing, going bananas. Stewart's at Cloud9 over his heels.
A Beckway wheels into the lane. Maryland by 2.
And that's what they want to see out of him. Attack the basket. Look at Gary. He knows he wants a defensive stop now. He knows he's trying to egg his club on.
11 for a Beckway.
Trying to get that screen for Reddick. On the offside.
Ewing just can't hit too many shots from the perimeter, and this foul is going to go against Duke. And Mike Krzyzewski can't believe that one.
I tell you, the future's so bright at Duke. A lot of people thought this year would be struggle city when they lost Dang and Limits didn't show up. They got a recruiting class next year coming up, headed by Josh McRoberts, that they're going to be dynamite again. He's a big fella from out of Indiana who's outstanding. They got a kid, Greg Paulus, coming in, outstanding point guard. Youngster here tonight, Eric Boateng, who I met, 6'10".
Big free throws here for Garrison, who's an outstanding free throw shooter, 85%. That makes it a three-point lead with 1:01 left.
Well, Garrison right now, and also when you think of Abekwe, both guys who did not start tonight have given him some positive minutes off the bench. +4, this is a big possession for Duke. Remember, people, we only have 3 unbeaten teams. One in big trouble right now.
Redick. Melchione for 3 out of the corner, rattles out, and a foul.
This could be the kind of win that can give such a spark to this Maryland basketball team. I really think they've been struggling mentally. They've been fighting themselves and need that one incredible win to give them the spark to get going, and this could be it.
And this is a Duke basketball team that does not have a margin for error this year. And the Cameron Crazies know it. There are going to be situations like this for this ball club that they cannot recover from. Tonight, maybe the first one this year. Abekwe, 3 out of 5 from the line. Got that odd motion, but it works.
You're right, Mike. When you talk about margin of error and you look at Duke, really, it's not like the teams that were super when they had the Leitners and the Hills and the Hurleys. This club has to really excel, especially shooting the basketball. And tonight, Maryland has challenged them on the defensive side.
Kaner Medley with that twisted ankle is on the bench. And the lead is 6.
2-possession game. They're going to attack the basket. They got an open 3 for Redick. They missed it.
Ewing misses. The ball's tipped out of bounds. Out to the Terps.
I'll tell you, you got to really salute Gary Williams.
Yes,
coming in after being blown out at home to have his kids respond to the challenge they have to face here tonight and respond with a positive effort like this. I mean, that's a tribute to that man's coaching ability.
35.4 seconds left. The lead is 6 for the Terps.
And I don't buy the argument that sometimes a loss is good for you. I just don't buy that argument.
No, I've always thought that was a silly philosophy. Garrison hits the free throw. Maryland, 16 out of 19 tonight. They are so much a better free throw shooting team than they were a year ago. And if they win this one, Nick Kaner Medley, who's sitting on the bench with that bad ankle, is going to be the reason why.
He's the star of stars. Somehow that brilliant coaching staff from Duke will rally and get these kids ready to play this weekend when you talk Johnny Dawkins and Wojciechowski and Collins.
And it's just not going to go for Duke tonight. We're down to 26.4. The lead is 8 points.
Oh, yes. Give him a kiss. Come on, Mr. Gilchrist. Give him a hug. Give him a kiss. That tells a story on the Duke side, but they've had so many great moments, and that man has done a masterpiece job of coaching and piecing this team together, because this team is not, when you look at the talent level, vintage Duke.
They have only had 2 better starts in the history of the program under Mike Krzyzewski. They will not go to 16-0 tonight, and there's only going to be 2 left at the top of college basketball.
Well, 1992 and 1986, Illinois, to me, has one tough stop. They got to make that journey up to Michigan State. And at the Centennial this weekend in Minnesota, Lou Henson's going to be there, and that's great news. But here it comes. Dookie's in major, major trouble. My friend, you got a scoop if they can pull this out.
The lead is 10. They need a miracle. Redick. Duke will get a timeout, but 16.7 is all that is left. Down by 8. It is a 3-possession game. Stranger things can have happened, but not many.
Well, they've happened down there in Chapel Hill when Michelangelo used to make it happen. There's a look at 2 unbeaten clubs. Georgetown, what an improved club they are. You talk about a guy doing a heck of a job. John Thompson III. Illinois got a date at home with Minnesota. And then they go on a road. We have that game Tuesday night. The Illini go to the Breslin Center to take on the Izzos. Cameron Crazies, I'll tell you, they don't have much to cheer about tonight, but they'll have a lot more to cheer about as the season progresses.
Was Wisconsin Illinois' toughest road game of the year?
So far, yes, without a doubt. Wisconsin 38 in a row, Mike. What a job Bo Ryan has done. You know, with the conference schedule the way they are now, we don't play round robins. You really lose the true identity of a true regular season champ. Kaner Medley, man, kept them in the game. As McRae attacking the basket. Great defensive effort by Ebekwe. Taking them all up strong. There's Mr. Gilchrist with a tough jump shot in the lane. There's the catch by McRae. Outstanding role player. There's the hugs, the kisses, the squeezes, and the celebration begins. We're gonna have
this is going to make 9 of 11 years that Maryland has beaten Duke at least once. It's a remarkable accomplishment.
We're going to have the return match at prime time Saturday of our game day crew down there as well. Up at College Park. Should be fun. Getting down there with all the students from Turf Country. They get after it. They really respond to Gary's unbelievable passion and intensity.
Of course, everybody else in the ACC very happy that Maryland has won this game because it brings Duke back to everybody else in the conference.
You think there's a lot of people in the ACC like to see Duke get beat? Do you think the people in Chapel Hill like to see them get beat?
Just a little bit.
Just a little
yeah.
bit? Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Why
Scoop.
is that?
Garrison will go to the line, the 6'8 junior from Suitland, Maryland.
Gary Williams, any doubt that he joins Mike Krzyzewski in the Basketball Hall of Fame?
None
I don't think
whatsoever.
there's any doubt. Jim Calhoun, Jim Boeheim, Eddie Sutton. I think a Hall of Famer to me certainly has been Lou Henson with 779 wins.
75, 66, 14 seconds left. This crowd is just stunned by what has happened tonight.
And what about Mr. Drizel, the unbelievable record he has?
I'd love to see Lefty.
Charles, the job he did when he started with UCLA of the East. Great win for the Maryland Terps. If ever a team needed to make a statement and get a win, it was Maryland. And they came here and responded to the challenge.
Mike Krzyzewski and Gary Williams, two people at the top of their power, at the top of their profession. And Gary Williams with a huge win on the road. Here are the updated standings. Maryland gets back to 500. Duke, North Carolina, and Wake Forest all with one loss in the ACC. It is a race again in the Atlantic Coast Conference. And Gary Williams with Doris Burke. Doris.
Gary, just 3 days ago, you lose at home to NC State, and what was a blowout? How on earth do you regroup this fast to beat an unbeaten Duke team in Durham?
Well, NC State's good, and I think that hurt our pride, too, the way we lost the game. So, you know, we're competitors. We're not always great, but we compete. And I think some guys in our locker room after that NC State game made up their mind to play well tonight.
You've been asking your guys all season to play defensively on the consistent side of things. How did they do tonight?
Our defense was where it should be. I consider myself a defensive coach for the last couple games. And so I thought tonight we played our assignments well. We hadn't been following what we're supposed to do. We've been making some mistakes, and that was hurting us. And tonight we tried to do the right thing on every defensive situation.
We've seen so many times Nick Kaner Medley show flashes of brilliance. Tonight he was brilliant. Assess his performance.
He was great. He's picked up his game now. That's like 4 out of 5 games where he's been all over the court on the glass, playing good defense, driving the ball, shooting the ball. I think he's gotten away from just trying to be one-dimensional as a shooter.
Congratulations on
Thanks,
a great
Doris.
win, Gary. We're going to bring in Nick Kaner Medley. Nick, 5 straight games over 25 points per game. What's going on with you?
I've just been real aggressive, you know, and John, our point guard, is playing so well right now, running the offense, getting me good shots, and that's why we won tonight.
High school player in Maine. They told you were going to be a water boy. Anything you'd like to say to the folks in Deering High School?
I mean, there's a lot of people back home that supported me. There was a few naysayers, but, you know, there's always going to be naysayers. And for those who are naysayers, I appreciate it because it just made me work harder.
Tell me this, it's second half of the season just around the corner. How much does this win help this basketball team?
I mean, it helps us a lot to lose at home and to come in here. They got great tradition, a great team. They were undefeated for a reason, and, it's a big win for us.
Nick, congratulations. Mike, once again, the Maryland Terrapins, very resilient.
Absolutely, Doris, and they forced 19 Duke turnovers tonight. The final score, 75-66. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Sports Center is next. Susie, how did the other undefeateds fare tonight?
Boston College, one of just 2 undefeateds left in Division I hoops now. Providence trying to make it 1. First half, BC down 2. Freshman Sean Williams, big block. Leads to the break. Jermaine Watson to Jared Dudley. Drops in 2. Tie game. Williams 6 blocks in the game. Later in the first half, tied at 33. Donnie McGrath going for the deep 3. He's got it. Friars up 3. BC trailed 41-38 at the half. Second half, Friars extend the lead. McGrath again from long range. Got it. McGrath 5 of 8 from 3-point range. Friars up 11. Later in the second, BC down 6. That BCD leads to the offense. Off the steal, Sean Williams. The pass to Craig Smith. Smith 21.6 boards. Under a minute 30 left. BC down 2. Dudley knocks down the 3. BC up 1. Last chance for Providence. McGrath for 3. Not quite. BC survives 78-75, and they have had a lot of close calls.
Listen up, Sports Center's next.
This is Sports Center.
Pacers welcome back one of their own. 30 games later, what has Steven Jackson learned, if anything? LeBron takes on the red-hot Grizz. Steve Nash red-hot in Milwaukee, but, who's the NBA's hottest commodity? T.O. claims to be ahead of his rehab schedule, but is playing your franchise player worth the risk? And Jamal Lewis receives his sentence, while the Ravens running back will have to rehab his bad ankle behind bars. It's on.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sports Center. Stuart Scott, Susan Culver. More on Duke's loss in just a moment. And we'll keep the hoops rolling with the big boys. So who's your NBA MVP at the midpoint?
Ira Newble.
You think?
No, I just wanted to say Ira.
I'm thinking LeBron James,
That'd
who,
work.
by the way, is younger than half the guys still in college, just 20, and the only player in the NBA averaging 25 points, 7 boards, and 7 assists per game.
And the only player in the league that the current MVP gives much props to. Kevin Garnett calls young LeBron simply the gift. He gives, he receives, and he dunks in your grill. And he could be, maybe, the NBA midseason MVP. LeBron facing the Grizzlies, torched him for 31.7 steals the last time. First 2 career triple-doubles the last 4 games, and then
LeBron James will head to the rack with that jackhammer smash. LeBron James against Shane Battier. James, tough jumper, fading away and ripping poured over the top of Battier. Here's Zydrunas Ilgauskas has got a Cavaliers rip away. James touching up Pavlovich. He'll smash. Cavaliers open floor. Transition game off the steal. James and Battier. LeBron for 3. LeBron James will dial long distance.
Now, all that happened in the final 2 minutes of the first half. Money had 15 points, 3 boards, 8 assists in the first half. Third quarter, Memphis double teams LeBron, instinctively finds the open man, Eric Snow, who knocks down the tray. LeBron was 10 of 16 shooting, and he can dish. In fourth quarter, I ain't gonna say nothing, but this ain't right. Ridiculous no-look to Drew Gooden. LeBron, a career-high 15 assists, Cavs by 10. Later in the fourth, LeBron, yeah, he is human. He misses on the pull-up jumper, but watch and look. LeBron goes down in serious pain. When a player beats on the court, it's not because it hurts that bad, it's because he's scared it might be broken. Watch it again. Lands on Dante Jones's foot. The ankle just bends. LeBron had to be helped off the floor by his teammates. the most gut-wrenching sight in Cleveland. But he limps to the locker room under his own power. During his absence, Grizzlies mount a comeback. Mike Miller, shorty, strokes to 3. Handling his business, he had a season at 28. Cavs lead is 2. Memphis also tightened up on the defense. Stromile Swift tells McGinnis, yo, cuz, you got to bring something a little bit stronger than that. But just over minutes ago, it ain't Willis Reed, but you wouldn't know it. LeBron comes back 4 minutes ago. Cavaliers up 7. LeBron James, I'm going to make it do what it do, baby. Runs the floor. He had 27 points. Cleveland by 9 later in the fourth. Off the miss. Bron just yanking the board. Bad ankle? Yeah, okay. Right. Length of the court. He had 1 rebound shy of another triple-double. 27 points, 15 assists, 9 rebounds. Cavaliers win at 114-111, Suze, but LeBron James is just righteous. He's been ginormous lately, averaging 26.5, 8.4 boards, 8.5 assists this month. A week ago tonight became the youngest player in history with a triple-double when he had 27, 11, and 10 against the Blazers. And then tonight, all right, not quite a triple-double, but, 27, 9 boards, 15 assists. Did I mention dude is 20 years old?
It's on equal time. What about Steve Nash's MVP? Only player in the NBA averaging double figures in assists, nearly 11 a night. Without him, the Suns couldn't win. Since he's been back, they're rolling. So what if we related this to the actual Sun? We're getting really deep here because Nash is actually the core. He produces energy. First quarter, Suns down 1. Finds Amari Stoudemire. Suns up 1. Second quarter, Suns up 7. Nash finds Sean Marion on the break. Marion for 2. Would make the free throw. Still second. Nash finds Marion down court. Marion dunks. Suns up 8. Third quarter, Suns up 6. This time, Nash gonna pull off the steal.
Nash overplays. He wasn't even looking.
Nope, takes it all the way. Suns up 8. Fourth quarter, Suns up 6. This time, he steals the inbounds pass.
He was looking that time.
Yeah, behind the back to Marion. That's a beauty. Nash, 21 points, 17 assists as the Suns go on to win. LeBron and Nash both with monster nights. LeBron with 27 points, career high 15 assists, 9 boards. 6th time in the last 9 games he's had at least a double-double. And for Nash, 21 points, and it's his 4th game this season with at least 17 assists. So who is the mid-season MVP?
Ira Newble.
Ray Anthony, Tim Legler, what do you guys think? And it's not Ira Newble.
Why not Ira? It's not Ira Newble. I will agree with Stuart on that one. It's definitely not Ira Newble. But, asking me this question is like asking me, cheesecake or carrot cake. I like both of them. But if I have to pick one right now for my mid-season MVP, I've got to go with Steve Nash. And to me, the most convincing argument of that is he's playing with 3 guys right now, Amari Stoudemire, Sean Marion, Joe Johnson, all 3 having the best years of their entire career. That's not a coincidence. Also, when you look at what this team was unable to do without Steve Nash in the lineup, they couldn't win a game, and it's ridiculous how much their production dropped off. They score almost 24 points less a game when Steve Nash is out of the lineup. He's got 90% of the ball handling and decision-making responsibilities on this team, and he has come in there and done what a true MVP does. He's made everybody else on that team better. You take a look here at the numbers that I'm talking about. It's ridiculous. Not just the team points per game, but in particular, look at the drop-off in production for Sean Marion on Amari Stoudemire. I mean, Amari Stoudemire really an average player this year when Steve Nash hasn't been on the floor. Tough call, but right now I'm going to say through the first half of the season, Greg, I'm going to go with Steve Nash.
Well, I don't really like cheesecake. I'm a carrot cake eater myself, and I'm going to take LeBron James. And really, you know what? Steve Nash does a phenomenal job of making his team better offensively. But that's really where you have to separate the two, because as great as LeBron is, he's also improved on the defensive end. And remember, this is the most valuable player award. It's not the most valuable player in your team. It's the most valuable player in the league. And that's why when you look at this award historically, you've always had the most dominant players win it. You've never had a guy like Steve Nash who at times can be a liability on the defensive end. You don't get that with LeBron, and he too equally makes all of those guys much better when he plays the game. But the other difference is this guy can win a game for you. He's not a table setter. Steve Nash sets the table for other guys. LeBron sets it, but he also eats at the table. And that's why I think this guy, look at the numbers that he's put up. Only the greats of the history of the game have been able to do what he's done thus far. That's why I think LeBron James at 20 years old is the midseason MVP.
Well, I think LeBron James right now is the best all-around player in the NBA, but I still got to go with Steve Nash. And I look at it from this standpoint. You take a look. This team is 33-10. he doesn't miss those 4 games. Maybe what if they're 36-6, 37-5? Incredible start to the season. I think so far he's been the best story in the league.
Well, I think he has been the second best story, and I think it is an incredible start. But again, you have to look at the MVP. It's about both ends. Only 2 point guards have ever won the MVP award, and that was Bob Cousy and Magic Johnson. The difference, though, with those 2 guys, they could win it for you offensively because both those guys could put up monumental numbers scoring. You don't see that when you talk about LeBron. So I'm going to take LB there, Stu.
All right, guys, our question of the night, who is the midseason MVP? Your choice is Tim Duncan. Let's call Tim Duncan soy nut butter cookies. LeBron James is a cheesecake, right, guys? Okay, Steve Nash is carrot cake. Dirk Nowitzki's ice cream because he's cool and smooth. And Shaquille O'Neal's got to be chocolate chip cookie. So log on and vote for your sweet player who's the MVP. We'll have the results later in the show.
Inside SportsCenter, fresh off his 30-game suspension, Steven Jackson back in action for the Pacers and doing his part to keep his teammates in the game in Boston. Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade in Toronto, the Diesel putting up super-sized numbers for the Heat. But what about his minutes? Why, Shaq's begging for a break. And still on the mend from his poorly timed break, Terrell Owens stands by his early prognosis for Super Bowl 39. His fellow Eagles making plans with or without him. And coming up, beauty meets beauty and brawn in the semifinals of the Australian Open. A red-hot rematch down under, pitting 2 of the game's most dynamic players.
ESPN's coming to the Walt Disney World Resort. Join us in Florida for ESPN The Weekend, February 25th through the 27th. Go to ESPNTheWeekend.com now.
Bassett presents the John Elway Home Collection. Home entertainment furniture custom built to match your idea of the perfect TV room. Choose the fabrics, finishes, and features that suit your decor. And complete the look with one of Sony's best-selling televisions. The full line of John Elway Home Entertainment furniture is on sale now. We make it easy to afford with flexible financing plans to fit any budget. Visit or enter online and you can win a complete Elway Home Theater. The new John Elway Home Collection, exclusively at Bassett.
Can inspiration make the SUV safer? It can, with 5-star government crash test ratings. Available side curtain airbags for all 3 rows and all-wheel drive. The best rating of any SUV tested for rollover resistance. Chrysler Pacifica, we didn't just make an SUV, we made a safety utility vehicle. Chrysler, inspiration comes standard.
Now get 0+. That means 0% financing plus $2,500 bonus cash on Pacifica.
SportsCenter, brought to you by Bassett Furniture Direct's all-new John Elway Home Collection.
68 days ago, Pacers-Pistons, how it all started. Ron Artest, a hard foul on Ben Wallace, and Wallace gave Artest the shove. Moments later, Steven Jackson steps into the mix. Clearly, Jackson among the more confrontational players on the court, nearly squaring off with Rasheed Wallace and shouting. And after Artest ran into the stands, Jackson, the first onto the scene, Jackson stormed into the stands, punched a fan in the face. A 30-game suspension followed. Jackson lost $2 million in salary because of the suspension. Back on the court in a Pacers uniform for the first time tonight. After 30 games, just wanted to keep his cool.
It ain't changed me at all. I'm the same Steve. Obviously, I won't go in the stands again. But I think I just, I'm the same person, man. I'm still for my team. I'm still going to go down and fight with my team. I'm just going to try to stay away from competition and play basketball. I done lost enough money this year.
Just stay on the court, and early on, Jackson was hot. The 3, yes. Jackson gets in low, puts it in, another 3. How about another 3? Jackson, 17 in the game. Celtics were up 1 at the half. Third quarter, Celtics up by 2. Paul Pierce throws it ahead to Tony Allen. Huge slam. Another look at that one. Allen cocks it back. Top play nominee. Fourth quarter, Celtics starting to pull away. Ricky Davis, nice fake on Jermaine O'Neal. Davis with 18 in the game. Later in the fourth, Celtics up 8. Paul Pierce. From the outside, Pierce finished with 23. And Jackson just relieved to be back.
All my team has been supporting me this whole time, so they're glad to have me back. And but I'm upset that my first game back wasn't a win for my team because we definitely needed it. But I'm happy to be back, and hopefully we can turn this thing around. I think we know what we got now. We know what guys going to be here. All we can do is pray that Ron gets back. But we know what we got right now. We just got to go with it. We can't dwell on that. And I think everybody on this team knows, what guys that we're going to have every night to go out and play. So we just got to get on the same page and get the job done.
Sure do, because since that brawl in November, the Pacers have struggled going from first in the division to fourth. The Pacers have watched the Cavs, Pistons, and Bulls all go ahead of them in the standings. Tim Legler, what can we expect from the Pacers the rest of the way?
Well, Susie, now that Steven Jackson has rejoined the Indiana Pacers, the question becomes, can they make a run and win that Central Division? Having him back certainly helps with his three-point shooting and his wing defense, but the real reason this team has a shot to win that division is Jermaine O'Neal. This guy, after Shaquille O'Neal and Tim Duncan, is the best low-post player in the NBA. He provides a guy that you can run your offense through consistently and create open shots for guys like Steven Jackson and Reggie Miller. And he's also the guy that protects the basket on the defensive end of the floor. Now that they have their roster intact, I believe, Susie, this team has a legitimate shot to win the Central Division.
Getting back intact, returning from the brawl suspensions back on December 3rd, Ben Wallace had 5 points and 9 boards in his return after serving a 6-game suspension. On Christmas Day, Jermaine O'Neal had 21 points and 7 rebounds in 38 minutes after serving his 15-game suspension. And tonight, Steven Jackson returning after sitting out 30 games. Jackson scored 17 points in 38 minutes.
Spiritually, he's healed. That's the word from Terrell Owens, the word from his doctor on Tuesday. The same doctor who used a scalpel December 22nd, opened up T.O.'s broken ankle and inserted 2 screws in a plate. That word is, I will not clear him to play in the Super Bowl. Now, paraphrasing Terrell and the Eagles' sentiment right now, great, thanks, Doc. Tell you what, check me out on Super Sunday as I take the field. We have 2 reports, beginning with Sal Paolantonio.
The day after Terrell Owens' doctor warned him about playing in the Super Bowl, the Eagles on Wednesday had a simple response. We respect the doctor, we understand the risks, but we're getting T.O. ready to play in Jacksonville.
Our risk reward is different than his risk reward. He has great risk in clearing Terrell to play. He has no reward. We think there's some risk, and we think that there's great reward. You're talking about a guy that's going to play, if he can make it back to play in 1 game. It's not that we're asking him to play a whole season on this.
Soon after he returned from seeing foot and ankle specialist Dr. Mark Meyerson in Baltimore on Tuesday evening, Owens spent about an hour running on the treadmill, the first time he had run on the injured right leg since surgery last month. On Wednesday, Owens made more progress. He spent an hour on the elliptical machine. Unlike the Patriots, the Eagles held a full practice, but Owens did not participate. That's the next step. And that probably won't happen until next week.
We need to progress him through in this rehab. He just started jogging yesterday. We will continue to see whether he can jog and see how he does day in and day out, see whether he can change direction. If we pass all those tests, then we'll start talking about practice time with Coach Reed. If he can get through that, then we'll talk about the game.
We're never going to put Terrell at risk, where we feel we're sticking him out there to be injured. If all symptoms come down to where we feel that he's fine to play and that he feels he's fine to play, then we'll go that direction.
That's exactly the direction Terrell Owens and the Eagles are headed. A senior member of the organization said it's not a ploy to force Bill Belichick to game plan for number 81. In the face of medical advice to the contrary, T.O. is determined to give it a go. I'm Sal Paolantonio reporting from Philadelphia. And now for a report on how the Eagles are reacting, here's Kelly Naki.
On Wednesday, all the Super Bowl-bound Eagles not named Terrell Owens practiced for the first time since winning the NFC Championship. But as much as they're facing the Patriots in Super Bowl 39, the Eagles will be facing questions on Owens' uncertain playing status and its effect on the team.
It has no effect at all. We're going to continue to put our game plan in and continue to prepare ourselves, obviously, to go out and play. Now, T.O. plays. Obviously, it's an added bonus. If he doesn't, it's not going to stop anything we do.
We hope that T.O. plays, but as a team, we have to go out and continue to practice as if he's not going to be there. We can't depend on, T.O. to come really bail us out.
I would love to have T.O. on the field because he brings so much, not only his great ability,
he brings that attitude.
That attitude has brought the controversial Owens to the point where he says he'll try to play in the Super Bowl, despite not being cleared to do so by the doctor who performed his ankle surgery.
That's him. That's the confidence that he plays with before injury. That's who he is. When they say that you're going to double, they're going to double team you this whole game. He's going to say that I'm still going to get 8 catches. That's the confidence that he plays with. That's what he believes that he can do in the midst of whoever's saying what negative about him. I'm going to come out the opposite end and prove to you that what you said is not the case.
Players say they trust that Owens will make the best decision for himself and the team. Defensive end Javon Curse added, if he can't play, we're going to throw him the closest pair of pom-poms so he can help us out and get us motivated. In Philadelphia, Kelly Nockey, ESPN.
Kelly South thanks some super comebacks. Rod Woodson tore up his right knee in the Steelers' 1995 opener, then became the first NFL player to return from reconstructive knee surgery the same year he was injured, playing mainly in third downs in Super Bowl 30, breaking up that pass to our colleague Michael Irvin. In that same game, but for the Cowboys, defensive end Charles Haley had missed several weeks due to a back injury. Haley managed a sack in the 27-17 win, earning a record 5th Super Bowl ring for him. Because of a torn knee ligament, Redskins wideout Art Monk's first game back after Week 12 of the '87 season was in Super Bowl 12. Monk had this one catch for 40 yards in a romp of Denver. And Johnny Unitas missed most of the 1968 season because of a sore elbow. Then in Super Bowl III, came off the bench to throw for 110 yards in relief of Earl Morrall, but the Colts were shocked by Joe I Guarantee a Win Namath.
This Super Bowl report brought to you by Cadillac and the new STS with available performance-tuned all-wheel drive. Breakthrough.
Still up, Maryland visiting Cameron and driving the hometown crazies. Coming right up, Terps tying the game up late. Blue Devils having an answer, but would they have the last word? And the final word regarding the criminal case against Jamal Lewis is in. What using a cell phone to set up a drug deal will cost the Ravens running back. That's next. Don't move.
Did you hear that?
Alien versus Predator. With an all-new beginning, never seen in theaters. Alien versus Predator. Own it today.
You ugly son of a...
Tired of paying those high interest rates on your credit cards? Why not consolidate them into one monthly payment at a great low rate with an eLoan home equity line of credit? It's easy. Apply today at eLoan.com.
ESPN College Game Day throws it down from historic Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas. Reese, Jay, and Digger get you set for a huge Saturday of college hoops. ESPN College Game Day, 11 a.m. on ESPN and 8 p.m. on ESPN2.
The Chrysler PT Cruiser is no ordinary car. It's your alternative, a place where there's endless ways to do your own thing. Where more interior room than Ford Focus, Honda Civic, or Toyota Corolla sedans means there's plenty of room to stretch out. And an available 220 horsepower turbo engine means you'll get where you need to on your schedule. And now's the time to check one out. Now get 0 plus. That means 0% financing plus bonus cash for up to $4,100 in total savings on PT Cruiser.
With the first pick in this year's draft, Dallas selects Cordell Russell, wide receiver, Nebraska.
Life comes at you fast. Be ready with Nationwide. Investments, retirement, insurance.
Nationwide is on your side.
ACC tilt. Maryland at number 2 and undefeated Duke, but the Terps been a thorn in their side. Second half game tied at 52. J.J. Redick hits the triple. Duke up 3. Later in the second, Maryland down 1. Nick Kaner medley. The nice long pass to Chris McCrary. He drops 2. Maryland up 1. Later, Duke down 4. Sheldon Williams backs in and jams it. Duke down 2. Tie game again. Ekene Beckway, that's a tough hoop. Maryland up 2. Duke's chances running out. Lee Melchione, the open 3. Maryland wins 75-66 since 99-2000. Duke has lost 6 games at Cameron Indoor. Let's go back to Dickie V.
Well, the college basketball season started tonight with 3 unbeaten teams. We're down to 2 because the Duke Blue Devils ran into a dynamite Maryland team defensively tonight. Maryland has struggled all year on the defensive side, but not tonight. Gary Williams had them ready to play, and defensively held Duke to its lowest numbers, 33% in shooting the basketball. And what a performance by Nick Kaner Medley. He had 25, made one big shot after another. John Gilchrist ran the offense, and Maryland was able to get a statement victory. A victory that makes them feel good, something that has eluded them, and this is one they can build on.
Statement game. So with Duke losing, there are 2 unbeatens left in men's college basketball, Illinois and Boston College. Both teams back in action on Saturday, home against Minnesota, while BC hosts Georgetown.
Bananas thrilling finish, Iowa Northwestern. 5 seconds ago, second half, tied at 66. Iowa's Pierre Pierce at the buzzer. No. We go to overtime. In the extra 5, less than 10 seconds ago, Northwestern down 2. TJ Parker has the rock and then turns the rock over. On the ensuing inbound, TJ Parker's like, man, I had that turnover. I got to do something. Like, get the steal. Northwestern calls timeout 2.7 seconds ago. Northwestern still down 2. Holla at your boys.
Doyle quickly, corner, Jenkins, 3! Yes! Bring it up! And Northwestern wins!
Talk about the friendly home bounce around the rim. Northwestern wins 75-74.
Jamal Lewis has said the lesson has been learned. For 4.5 years, he carried the burden of his mistake, knowing it would catch up. Today, the Ravens running back sentenced to 4 months in federal prison for using his cell phone to try to set up a drug deal during the summer before his first training camp. He'll also spend 2 months in a halfway house and perform 500 hours of community service. Lewis, who is still recovering from ankle surgery, will have to rehab in prison. And this from one of our most outspoken guests on the Budweiser Hot Seat. Kyle Turley explains in no uncertain terms where he would like to rank his coach, Mike Martz.
Oh, man. Are they going to have an expansion team next year? I'll put them down at 33.
Oh, yeah. And is the honeymoon over in Miami? What's wearing the big man out? Shaq taking his head coach to task.
Live from Aspen starts Saturday and continues nightly at 9 Eastern on ESPN.
I started with Walmart 18 years ago as an unloader and receiving.
I started in the baby department and I am store manager today.
Walmart is a career. It's not just a job. Good quality of life, good educational opportunities for my children.
We never imagined that we would be doing what we're doing today. Now, our son John has started at Walmart.
He wants to be a pharmacist.
No one knows better than we do that he has a bright future. We truly are living the American dream. It's out there, and it's at Walmart.
Introducing.
We're here to learn how a new Right Guard Extreme Cool Spray keeps you cool under the most extreme conditions. See? Cool Spray keeps you cool and dry no matter what's going down. Stay cool, bro! Yeah!
Ooh, he's cute.
Get extreme, get Right Guard.
Are you like an astronaut?
Yo, stay cool.
Here's your Brontosaurus combo with fries.
Since the beginning of time.
Your mutton combo with fries, sire.
Very good. Combos included fries.
Your deluxe combo with fries.
Hey! But Wendy's has changed everything. Introducing combo choices. Choose fries, chili, baked potato, side, or Caesar side salad at no extra cost. Dave Thomas said you deserve a
Your
choice.
classic single combo with the side salad.
Thanks. And now you get it. Only at Wendy's. Our pickup window is open till midnight or later.
Introducing the new Cadillac STS. Let's dance. Breakthrough.
Sixers, Wizards, NBA's leading scorer sitting it out. Allen Iverson, strained left rotator cuff. They're 0-3 this season without him. Into the first, Gilbert Arenas, the three-quarter court heave. That's a top play nominee. Arenas led all scorers with 33, Wizards up at half. Now without Iverson at the point, the pressure was on his backup, Willie Green. He averages 7.2 points per game this season, but going off tonight. The three from the corner, the layup, and a finger roll on the fast break. He finished with 32 points, a career high, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. In the fourth tight game, Wizards down 1 on the break. Juan Dixon to Antoine Jamison. The finish, part of an 11-0 Washington run, to put them ahead for good.
3 rings, 3 MVP awards of the NBA Finals. To get those rings means Shaquille O'Neal understood the whole idea of pacing during a season. His current coach does not. Yeah, last week, Big Fella said as long as the Miami Heat is a top 4 playoff contender, that's okay. Well, Coach Stan Van Gundy called him in for a little chit-chat. Later, Van Gundy said, look, I'm just not of that same page in that stuff. This approach that we're going to turn it on at a given time may work for some people, but we've never been together. To say we're going to turn it on to what? What have we proven? Shaq telling Van Gundy, yo, relax, man. Turns out, Jeff Van Gundy has been letting Shaq relax. Stan Van Gundy. Oh, I got the whole brother thing wrong. Stan's been letting Shaq relax a little. Shaq's minutes down from last season, and right now would be his lowest since the 98-99 season. Tonight, Heat facing a Raptors team that's been on point, winners of 8 of the last 11. Dwayne Wade playing despite re-aggravating ankle and knee injuries Monday against Philly. Chris Bosh hosting the Heat, and Bosh rejects Eddie Jones. Bosh from Georgia Tech running the court. Bosh with the Johnny jump up. He had a career high 27. Raptors up 1. Third quarter, Heat up 20. Dwayne Wade grabs a loose ball to Shaq, who just boofs it on kids. Big Fella had 33. Same quarter, Shaq at the free. Shaq missed it and then just like pushed Aaron Williams out of the way, power slammed it. His 102nd career game with at least 30 points and 15 boards. He had 33 and 18. And then Dwayne Wade loses it, steals it back. That's saucy. The teams combined to shoot 94 free throws, 34 of which they missed. Heat still win large, 111-96.
Ray Allen and the Sonics looking to get a season sweep of the Jazz. Third quarter, Ray Allen on fire. Allen drives baseline, hits the lay-in. Later in the third, Allen spins inside, layup in the foul. Later, off the inbounds, he hits the 3. He had 27 points on the night. But in the fourth, the Jazz would take over. Andrei Kirilenko blocks Danny Fortson. I think they're glad to have Kirilenko back. Later in the fourth, blocks Luke Ridnour.
Most underrated player in the league.
And with 4 minutes left in the game, Kirilenko drives in for the double pump in the 2. Jazz win 109-100.
I must break you.
By Seattle for the first time in 22 years. Talking to one NHL head coach yesterday, he said he wakes up every day hoping today the lockout will end. Optimism remains on day 133. Representatives from both sides met in small groups for the third time in a week today. The only news that came out was that they'll meet again this week. All agree discussions are at a critical stage and that only days remain to reach a deal that would save the season. Wednesday, representatives from the state of Texas took a promotional tour of the Big Apple. On the way, what in the world 5 Longhorns were doing stomping through Times Square. Plus,
I really didn't appreciate being called a faker and a thief, and just express my feelings back to him in, I guess, a Kyle Turley manner.
straight ahead, the always emotional Kyle Turley explains the beef between he and his head coach, including what he claims Mike Marks did behind his back to add fuel to the fire.
Your family tree just got a whole lot bigger.
Hi, Mom.
Now that Cingular has joined forces with AT&T Wireless to bring you the largest calling community in America. Talk to any Cingular or AT&T Wireless customer for free.
Hey, what's going on?
All 46 million of them. Add a member of your family tree to ours for just $9.99 a line. The new Cingular, raising the bar.
Hello? It's happening again.
I don't believe it. To track down an ancient evil, they have been trained to hunt it.
We gotta go down there.
Equipped to kill it.
Come on, people! This is just the beginning.
Now, they just have to survive it. Alone in the Dark. Rated R. In theaters Friday.
In an instant, this detective's life changed forever.
Jim Dunbar, I'm assigned here.
What are you going to be able to do at a crime scene?
Same thing I've been doing for the last 10 years.
But you won't be able to see anything.
You smell that?
I don't smell anything.
Someone fired a gun in here.
This March,
Don't sell us on how you're going to be holding your own around here.
one man will struggle
there isn't a cop who doesn't respect you, but no one wants to go out on the street with you.
to get back what he lost.
I don't want to be held back.
All I want is a chance.
Blind Justice premieres Tuesday, March 8th only.
Luxury, performance, and comfort. It's all here at the all-new Acura of Cleveland. Choose from the area's best selection of new Acuras. Lease an 05 Acura RSX for $199 a month, or an 05 Acura MDX, $399 a month. Plus, we have a great selection of quality pre-owned. It's all here at Cleveland's newest Acura store, the all-new Acura of Cleveland, right off 480 on Brook Park Road.
The customer first, every day, every way, at Acura of Cleveland.
Memories of my daughter before her life was shattered by a drunk driver will be in my heart always. Now it's the visions of the struggles she faces every day. I'm angry because lobbyists for big insurance companies and corporate wrongdoers think they're the ones who should determine the value of Erin's life and yours, instead of a jury who will decide on facts. Say no to Senate Bill 80. For more information, go online to thislawhurts.com.
On the next Tilt.
Opportunity just flew in on a private jet. I need you to play.
I'm here to put you on notice.
About what?
About who you're hooked up with.
Guess who's back in town?
I'm never sure about your kids into this. Are you suggesting that I do something?
If I clear my throat before I raise, then you re-raise. Understand? Let's rock and roll.
Tilt, Thursday at 9 p.m. on ESPN. Presented by Toyota.
Nuggets and Pistons, Kid Rock, where you at? Checking out the hometown team. First quarter, check this out. Crazy. Chauncey Billups can't handle the rock. The ball ends up in the stands. Note the vendor right there, right? And Billups right there. Now, Chauncey takes the money intended for the vendor, gives it to another fan. He's Robin Hood. The NBA Finals MVP is Robin Hood. Carmelo Anthony, scoop miss, put back miss, and then stuffed by Ben Wallace later in the fourth. Carmelo up for the jumper. Big Ben, yo, dog, you got to get that out of here. Carlos Arroyo to Wallace. Ding, dong, they gonged the bell. Carmelo went 2 of 13 shooting, 5 points on a night LeBron had 27. Pistons win by 7.
You don't need me to tell you that Kyle Turley is an emotional guy. You remember him launching his helmet back when he was a Saint. And now, after a season on injured reserve with the Rams, a new state of volatility, a much-publicized heated exchange with Mike Martz. Turley admits he swore at his coach, but says accusations that he threatened Martz's life aren't true. We turned up the heat on Turley, putting him on the Budweiser hot seat with Brian Kenny.
We welcome in Kyle Turley of the St. Louis Rams. Kyle, who's the best coach in the NFL? Let's start there.
You have to start there, right?
Yes.
You have to start there with the coach question, right?
Best coach in the league.
Best coach in the NFL, best coach in the league, Bill Belichick.
All right. If he's number one, where on the list of 32 would you put Mike Martz?
Oh, man. Are they going to have an expansion team next year? I'll put them down to 33.
Yeah. What happened in the two of you in that meeting? You've had a little time, a little distance from it. What happened between the two of you in that meeting?
I really didn't appreciate being called a faker and a thief, and just express my feelings back to him in, I guess, a Kyle Turley manner.
All right, so,
and that wasn't appreciated by him, to say the least.
What is that?
He tried to get me kicked off the team.
Oh, you think that's what he did?
Oh, I know that's what he did. He didn't appreciate the things I said to him, and so he took it out, a personal vendetta against me to make up a story, to attempt at getting me in a breach of contract situation. which would put me in a conduct detrimental situation, breach a contract, get me kicked off the team. I believe that was the only way he believed he could do it.
You're saying it's hard to envision you and Mike Martz both being on the Rams at the same time next year.
For whatever reason, this has evolved into a personal pissing match, if you will, between me and Mike Martz, and I really don't want to have any part of it. But apparently he wants this thing to continue, or wanted it to, and now he doesn't want it to continue. But, you know, now it is what it is. If I'm back next year and playing football and he's there as a coach, he should stay out of my way. I'll stay out of his. We obviously don't get along. I'll do my job. He can do his.
All right, Kyle, what hurts more, being unable to play this year or being called a malingerer?
Oh, obviously being called a malingerer, that's probably the thing that hurt the most, and that's why I had such a vulgar response to him, because I don't think it deserved anything but that.
Hey, Kyle, what's your take on NFL team doctors and the whole dynamic of dealing with a player who's injured and getting him back out on the field?
Well, personally, I think that's why we don't have guaranteed contracts, and that's why they continue to have the excuse of why they don't want to give us guaranteed contracts like every other sport has, is because team doctors are continually pushing guys back out on the field, and that's why the injury rate is so high. In football, you have a signing bonus. That's the only guaranteed portion of your contract. Personally, I'm facing, which was funny and ironic to me, that I would be called a thief, because if I don't pass my physical next year, I go from making potential $4 million next year to making a $250,000 one-time payout for the rest of my life from workers' comp benefit.
Hey, Terrell Owens, his doctor won't clear him to play in the Super Bowl. This is, I think, an interesting point, given what you've said already. He says he wants to play. If you're in his position, you could risk your future, but you have a Super Bowl in front of you. Would you play if you're T.O.?
I would say that T.O. needs to take care of himself, because the bottom line is, as soon as you're done and they can't use you anymore, they'll be rid of you, and you'll be looking at no more paychecks. You don't get a guaranteed $80 million contract for doing steroids, just like Jason Giambi. That's completely ridiculous, and we got no guarantees in our contracts. T.O. should not play.
Who's overrated in the football in the NFL?
Who's overrated?
Who's overrated? Who gets more publicity than they deserve?
More publicity than they deserve. Me, maybe. I didn't play it down this year, and looky here.
And here you are. Yeah, we're chatting again. Kyle, good talking to you on the hot seat again. Take care of yourself.
I appreciate it. Take care.
I wish he could be just a little more opinionated. Earlier this month, Martz said he met with Turley to discuss the incident, and by the end of the discussion, it was resolved and we move on. He still hasn't commented on the report that he had filed a complaint with NFL security that Turley threatened him.
Former Oakland Raider Bill Romanowski may soon be answering questions about steroid use in a California courtroom. Marcus Williams, Romo's former teammate, says roid rage caused the linebacker to attack him during practice 2 years ago, causing Williams to suffer career-ending brain injury. The San Francisco Chronicle reports in Thursday's edition that Williams is seeking nearly $4 million in damages and plans to link the attack to Romanowski's past use of steroids. Romo tested positive for steroids in 2003, the same year as the Williams attack. Now, Romanowski has been linked to accused steroid dealer Victor Conte and the federal investigation into Conte's Balco Labs. The San Francisco Chronicle is also reporting federal agents raided Conte's home Wednesday, seizing a computer and other items. According to the paper, the feds are looking for information about how the Chronicle obtained grand jury testimony regarding the case.
On the way, the first round of the Bob Hope Chrysler Classic, bringing out all the celebs. The Rocket playing for a few bucks before teeing off. Highlights straight ahead. And is the second coming of Joe Gibbs coming to a close? Up next, the struggling Redskins coach admits why the pressure to win in D.C. may be too much too soon.
The Budweiser Hot Seat, brought to you by Budweiser. The bright color and the crisp, clean taste you'll find only in the King of Beers.
You know,
have a great story. But the 86 Mets, now that's a Cinderella story.
ESPN's coming to the Walt Disney World Resort. Join us in Florida for ESPN The Weekend. Go to ESPNTheWeekend.com now.
Okay. What?
Introducing Mercury Mariner with the gentle assist of a rear sensing system.
She's good.
The passage is intense. But if you complete the journey, you will find your destiny among the world's greatest warriors. The few, the proud, the Marines.
You're curious to learn more about me. I'm a complicated man. On the one hand, I order off McDonald's dollar menu. Get the double cheeseburger and lots more. Very affordable. On the other hand, my friends have nicknamed me Helmet Head because I once got a helmet stuck on my head.
61.
I see you're intrigued.
Weekends are special, so Enterprise has special weekend rates from $9.99 a day. Rent Friday to Monday from just $9.99 a day. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Rockets Hornets, Tracy McGrady back in the starting lineup after returning from a family medical emergency. Third quarter, Rockets by 1. Tracy McGrady hits the 3. McGrady at 33. The Rockets take the lead. Third quarter, tied at 55. Dan Dickau, the reverse layup, he had 23. Hornets up 2. Fourth quarter, Rockets down 2. Yao Ming, jump hook to tie it. Yao had 12 points. Fourth quarter, tied at 73. Less than 30 seconds to go. Scott Padgett, wide open 3 to seal the deal. The Rockets take it 82-77.
Back to college hoops, Notre Dame, Villanova. Second half, check this out. Off the Notre Dame miss, Randy Foye chases down the loose ball. Nova gets possession with 4 minutes and 4 seconds left. Can you count? 4:04. Keep an eye on the clock. Critical moment. You got 10 seconds to get it across timeline, right? Foye gives it to Mike Nardi, just taking his time. It took them like 12 seconds to get across, but no violation call. Refs did not catch it. Fast forward to later in the possession, Allen Ray, who had a game-high 23, hits the jumper, putting Villanova up 5. They go on to win it 65-60.
Top plays, number 10 from the Australian Open. Some people dressed as seagulls looking for, a little food.
Hey, don't put an eye
So
out.
that's a little scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not cute.
Yeah. Don't feed the birds.
That bird's had too much to eat. Number 9, Suns and Bucks. Desmond Mason getting some yeast. Rise with the one-handed jam. Check it out again for the jam. Whoa, jam. Bucks lose 121-115 though.
Rockets Hornets, Yao Ming. He's well over 7 feet tall, but gets swatted by Chris Anderson. Yao Ming denied. Rockets win 82-77.
Anderson has a mop, needs a haircut. Number 7, Texas A&M, Nebraska. Jake Muehlheisen goes the length of the court and hits a ridiculous reverse layup before the buzzer. Nebraska wins it 77-67.
Iowa Northwestern, Michael Jenkins providing the dramatics.
Doyle quickly, corner, Jenkins, 3! Yes! Bring it up! And Northwestern wins!
By just 1.
In number 5, Times Square Wednesday. NASCAR promoting races at the Texas Motor Speedway with some Longhorns and some Cowboys there in Times Square. Terry and Bobby Labonte also in attendance in Times Square.
Pacers Celtics, Tony Allen on the break. Soars in for the jam. A little like Dr. J.
Oh.
Without the fro. Celtics win 186.
Number 3, 76ers and Wizards. Gilbert Arenas from beyond half court. Can a brother get a little bit? The Wizards win it 117 to 107.
Grizzlies Cavs, LeBron James, huge night, baseline, throws down the tomahawk. LeBron, so cool. Cavs win 114-111.
And your top play of the night, D3, Penn State, Berks, Lehigh Valley, in Buffalo. D'Alville down 2. Ross King throws up the prayer at the buzzer. Duville is a winner. First round of the 5-round Bob Hope Classic. Defending champion Phil Mickelson, second shot in the par 4. Scott Van Pelt's not here, but since Maryland won tonight, I'll give Van Pelt a look. It's a useful shot. Tapped in for birdie. Phil shot an opening round 66. David Duval shot 59 to win the 1999 Bob Hope Chrysler Classic on the Palmer course. Duval for birdie in 18 just missed. Tapped in for 82. On the same course, he shot 59. It was an 82. Celebs also in playing Roger Clemens, Carson Daly shooting the dice to pass the time, and then Clemens teeing off on the par 3 7th, the 7th hole for 7 Cy Youngs, and he misses left. I just think it's kind of like chin music on a golf course, so making sure that the gallery stayed away. Robert Demron leads it. He and Fred Funk, Duffy Waldorf tied at 8 under.
Ahead, you've heard the experts weigh in. Who do you think the NBA MVP is at the midpoint of the season? That's ahead. Also a thriller at the Aussie Open semis. Serena and Sharapova.
On the next Tilt.
Opportunity just flew in on a private jet. If I clear my throat before I raise, then you re-raise. Understand?
Let's rock and roll. Tilt, Thursday at 9 p.m. on ESPN. Presented by Toyota.
Hey, Teddy, can you come in here and do some rebates for me?
Sure. Actually, sir, my biological dad, who I haven't seen in 20 years, just showed up. And he really wants to take me for ice cream, so...
Teddy,
yeah.
You know we have an easy button now, right?
We have an easy button?
When it comes to rebates,
Larry, Dave,
everybody has an easy button. It's called Staples. Just go online. There's no clipping, no mailing, no hassles. What's easier than that? Staples. That was easy.
Alien vs. Predator. With an all-new beginning, never before seen in theaters. Alien vs. Predator, today.
Some people are born negotiators. Some aren't. At eLoan, we'll help you get the right loan at the lowest possible rate, based on your credit score, not your negotiating skills. Apply now at eLoan.com.
ESPN College Game Day throws it down from historic Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas. Reese, Jay, and Digger get you set for a huge Saturday of college hoops. ESPN College Game Day, 11 a.m. on ESPN and 8 p.m. on ESPN2.
Not only is Southeast Harley one of the best Harley dealers in the country, but they have everything, and I mean everything you need. When you come over to check out Elvis's bike on the Walk of Fame, you won't believe the selection of gear. Helmets, boots, accessories, not to mention our knowledgeable service department. Of course, you'll want to eat at the Harley Diner. Food for your belly and food for your soul. Southeast Harley-Davidson on Aurora Road off I-480. You really don't need to go anywhere else.
Due to our successful TV and radio campaigns, America's largest manufacturer of steel buildings is offering huge savings on select models.
My husband wanted a building where he could store all of his valuable belongings. Well, I wanted something that would look great on our property. We both found what we wanted at U.S. Buildings.
They're durable, long-lasting, even fire-resistant.
Thanks to their easy-to-read step-by-step construction manual and excellent customer support, our building was constructed in 1 weekend.
These specials won't last long. Buy now and save. Call U.S. Buildings today.
How can you tell you're drinking a True Blue Foster's? The head's the same shape as the Sydney Harbour Bridge, of course. Well, that and the light, crisp, refreshing taste. Foster's, Australian for beer.
Hawks and Timberwolves. Susan and I are going to do this highlight together. Second quarter, Minnesota down 4. Sam Cassell, first game back from his knee injury. Money. He had 4 points in 15 minutes. Susie, what happened after that in the third quarter?
It was tied at 53. Kevin Garnett, fadeaway. Timberwolves up by 2. Garnett 17 points.
About a minute later, same score. Atlanta still gives it right back. Who's that, Susie? Who's that, Susie? Talk to me.
Yeah.
It's Sprewell.
Sprewell. He had 32 points.
Timberwolves win it 104 to 87. The man worked into the late hours trying to re-sign one of his Redskin veterans. Didn't make it to North Carolina until 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. Enough time to sleep a few hours before a morning news conference on his racing team's prospects for the upcoming NASCAR season. See, that's the life of Redskins coach and NASCAR team owner Joe Gibbs, who admits that it may soon be just NASCAR team owner. The 64-year-old Gibbs, after a 6-10 season in Washington, says, quote, "My time in football will be short, and if we don't win a few more games next year, it may be real short."
Ahead, who would you pick as the mid-season NBA MVP?
Ira Newble.
No, I don't think so. Question of the night answered next.
Audiences and critics are getting blown away by the #1 action movie in America. The Los Angeles Times raves it's full of suspense and unexpected twists. The best cop movie since Training Day.
When this is over, you're going back to jail.
I'd like to see you try. Assault on Precinct 13. Rated R, now playing.
The newly designed Nissan Altima. Engaging. A shift in style. From fit to finish. It's forward thinking. Introducing the beautifully redesigned 2005 Nissan Altima. Now with $1,500 cash back or 1% financing. $1,500 cash or 1% APR. Enlightening. See your Nissan dealer now.
Audiences and critics are getting blown away by the #1 action movie in America. The Los Angeles Times raves it's full of suspense and unexpected twists. The best cop movie since Training Day.
When this is over, you're going back to jail.
I'd like to see you try. Assault on Precinct 13. Rated R, now playing.
Sorry, we can't give you a home loan. Your credit score is only 619.
619?
That'll be 619.
The winning number is 619.
You're home early. It's only 619.
Haunted by your credit score? Come to LendingTree.com and get up to 4 customized loan offers in minutes, even if your credit's not perfect. Call 1-800-555-TREE and get the cash you need now. Our network of lenders has expanded, so you'll get more yeses and the home loan that's right for you.
Hello, sir. We have the best rates.
When banks compete, you win at LendingTree.com. Call now, 1-800-555-TREE.
Question of the night, brought to you by eLoan. For your next mortgage, home equity, or auto loan, go to eLoan.
117,000 votes. We appreciate the love. Midseason MVP, you all chose Steve Nash, 44%, LeBron James, 33%. Ira Newble had 3 write-in votes.
Yeah, all by you. It's the matchup everybody wants. Women's. Maria Sharapova has beaten Serena Williams 2 times in a row, and Serena looking for revenge for that 2004 Wimbledon defeat.
I was way too nervous at Wimbledon. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. Maybe sometimes you want it too bad that you just freak yourself out.
2 of the most passionate players in the game today. First set break point for Sharapova. Williams a little long. Sharapova takes the first set 6-2. Second set break point for Sharapova. The forehand close to the line, it's called in, but Serena doesn't agree. Still second set, 4-all. Sharapova with break point. But the backhand winner.
Oh.
Sharapova goes up 5-4 and will serve for the match. Oh, but maybe a little meltdown. Sharapova double fault, Serena would break. 5-all second set, later 6-5 Serena set point. Sharapova hits it wide, Serena wins the set 7-5. Third set tied at 3. Break point for Sharapova. Serena hits it long, Sharapova goes up 4-3. Sharapova serving. Now, looks like Serena's got her on the run. What an unbelievable rivalry that has developed between these two women.
Oh, yeah, that's in.
Serena currently leads 6-5 in the third. They are on serve. Now Deuce. What a tight match in the semis of the Australian Open. Currently live on ESPN2 if you want to catch the end of that match. Not that we want you to
turn away or anything.
But
that rivalry right there is quickly becoming one of the biggest rivalries in sports.
the two biggest stars,
Yep.
two best players in women's tennis right now.
Hotel Nightly next coming up here, and then another sports center coming up in 50 minutes. I'll be here. I'll give you $7 if you come back and join me.
Triple it.
I don't have it.
Wednesday, January 26th, 2005.
He developed dozens of top women's players and a national reputation.
They were basketball players. They weren't girl basketball players.
Rick Lopez turned young girls into stars with the full support of their parents.
They were infatuated with him. It appeared that they thought he was the greatest guy that ever lived.
But there was a dark secret at the heart of this coach's control.
Did you get the sense that most players on the team thought that he was involved with girls?
Yeah, definitely. Everybody knew, I think.
But the players, these young girls, never said a word about the sexual abuse.
Did you ever hear rumors involving Rick and your daughter?
Never. Everybody let him just get away with it. No one said anything.
Tonight outside the lines, a successful coach, talented players, and a trust betrayed.
And now, reporting for Outside the Lines, Bob Lee.
Tonight, a story of athletic excellence twisted into deceit. At the center, a coach with a national reputation who turned driven young girls into remarkable athletes. A coach entrusted with the welfare of these girls by parents enamored of his success. Parents who, even when they suspected a problem, could not uncover the dark secret at the heart of this coach's hold over his players. Eric Adelson of ESPN The Magazine reports the story of a trust betrayed.
How do I feel? How am I supposed to feel? Trust in my coach, my teacher, and my friend.
What is a coach? For a teenage girl, a coach can be a mentor, a confidant, even a hero. For Tara Lepar, now a 20-year-old guard for the University of Wyoming, the coach of her former club team was all of those things.
Everything about him was impressive. Like, he wore nice clothes, and he was sponsored by Nike, and he talked to really powerful basketball coaches, and it was just really an impressive situation. You had to respect all the control that he had over you and your future.
Rick Lopez coached the wildly successful Denver-based club team known as the Colorado Hoopsters. His program produced more than 100 college players since 1992, including current stars Ann Struther of Connecticut and Jamie Carey of Texas.
They were basketball players. They weren't girl basketball players. All you had to do was see them play, and you knew that these kids were something special.
The Hoopsters became a magnet for high school talent as far away as California. Lopez developed working relationships with some of the biggest icons in women's basketball, including Connecticut coach Gino Auriemma. But he didn't stop at X's and O's.
He would talk about how you shouldn't have a boyfriend, how you shouldn't wear makeup, how you shouldn't worry about going to prom, how you needed to get good grades and make sure that you go to church, and just how to be a better person in general, how to be a good female.
They were infatuated with him. They thought, in my opinion, it appeared that they thought he was the greatest guy that ever lived.
His teams blazed through national tournaments, rarely losing a game. As the stakes grew, the coach became more intense. Lopez had a serious temper.
He would break clipboards or throw his gum or write on girls or slam them against the wall or throw him down the bench or whatever he had many outbreaks of his temper.
It gets to you after a while. You'd see parents in the stands watch, they'd shake their head, like they couldn't believe how he would talk to the girls. It upset me to go.
Why did those who stay for years stay for the whole time?
Because you didn't leave the Hoopsters. Rick had control over his players, and it was like he brainwashed you that you had to stay. You were scared. Like I said, it was like a cult. Like, you didn't leave. Once you're in there, you stayed.
Most parents and girls forgave Lopez for his outbursts, but the way Lopez bonded with some of his players raised deeper concerns.
In many ways, he behaved like he was one of them.
Jim Sherwood's daughter, Liz, is a former Colorado Hoopster who played at UConn before transferring to Vanderbilt.
The way he would relate to them and talk with them, and I won't say giggle with them, but he could just relate to them like no adult I've ever seen could. It's not natural for somebody to relate that well to young girls and to spend that much time in their company.
Another concern was the coach's living situation. Lopez didn't have a place of his own. Instead, he lived with the families of girls on his team. Other Hoopster parents couldn't help but hear and then discuss rumors about the coach.
One of the parents brought it up. She says, there's been rumors about Rick having extracurricular activities with certain girls on the team. And I defended Rick. I said, oh, that's garbage. You guys shouldn't talk about people. Do we have proof? Does anybody have any proof?
Did you get the sense that most players on the team thought that he was involved with girls?
Yeah, definitely. Everybody knew, I think. You didn't have hard evidence. No one walked in on Rick with another girl. They were never making out in the middle of the hall, so no one ever saw anything. But it was more of a funny thing. Like, can you believe that guy? What? Gross, or whatever. But it wasn't serious. It wasn't like, wow, he's raping these girls. They're only 14. That's a problem. It was, oh, that's Rick doing his thing.
Tara Lepar shrugged at most of the gossip until she went on a road trip to Oklahoma in the summer of 2001. At the hotel, Lopez called a meeting in his room.
Knocked on the door, and Rick answered the door, and his hair was wet, and he looked like he just got out of the shower. And one of the players walked out of the bathroom with the towel on to get her clothes. So it appeared that they were in the shower together, or that they had both taken a shower within that 20 minutes. They were both wet and just getting out, and she was in a towel, and everybody thought it was kind of an awkward moment, but we didn't take it too seriously because none of us were really surprised.
Was this a girl that had been rumored to be with Rick for years coming up to that point?
Yes. So that's why it wasn't such a shock, is because everybody already knew that that girl was with Rick, and it was like they were dating.
In October of 2003, the rumors boiled into a crisis. In a Denver Post front page story, 3 players from the early 90s accused Lopez of having sexual contact with them. 2 said they were under the age of 18 at the time.
He rationalized the entire story.
This Hoopster mother, who wishes to remain anonymous, was one of Lopez's biggest supporters. The coach spent extra time training her daughter, and on occasion even spent the night.
He came over the night before the story was going to be released to warn us. He came over the next day. He sat down with our family. He went through every story, every situation, and he rationalized it all away.
Pat Miller, who has a daughter on the Hoopsters, became close with Lopez and even helped run the team. He also backed the coach.
He surrounded himself with people that trusted him, that stood up for him, myself included. Maybe we didn't want to see it, so we went forward.
The statute of limitations had run out, and no charges were filed. Lopez continued to coach the team.
I could never get anybody to say anything happened with their daughter, or, I could never get any information.
Did you ever hear rumors involving Rick and your daughter?
Never. I'd ask her, is there anything going on, anything inappropriate? Has he ever, tried anything with you? Nope.
Then, last July, a former Hoopster came home from college. When her father picked her up at the airport, she got in the car and burst into tears. On the ride home, she told him she had been physically intimate with Lopez since she was 14, and began having sex with him when she was 16. The girl's father immediately called Pat Miller.
I asked one question, you know, how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it? And the response was, it's a 10.
Miller and a few other parents took action, demanding Lopez's resignation. Then 2 more former players came forward. One said the coach began having sex with her when she was 12. This woman's daughter confessed to her over the phone.
I was devastated, absolutely devastated. All of us families know each other, and it was just really hard because we all believed it to be something different.
Lopez was arrested and charged with 59 counts of physical and sexual assault on 3 different girls. Bail was set at $500,000.
It's hard to believe that someone could be have so much to offer and in fact make such sacrifices for your child could in fact be so evil in other ways. This is not something that most people could pull off. A strategy, as I see it, to involve the family, to get the buy-in from the families of the daughters was, you'd have to say, sheer genius.
He had this cult-like thing, and he had control over all these parents and all these kids, and he had so much influence. And really, is he really that great of a person? No, he's a terrible guy who did horrible things to these girls, and everybody let him just get away with it. No one said anything.
As Rick Lopez sat in jail awaiting trial, many of his supporters began to back away. But his family and a small group of Hoopster parents rallied around the coach.
I'd say I don't believe it.
Lori Brown is Rick's older sister. How do you explain the timing of this? He knew these girls for a long time.
I think a lot of people know that answer. The timing is when one found out about another.
What does that say to you?
It says to me that the reason behind all this is jealousy. And them being hurt. Them wanting Rick to themselves.
While in jail, Lopez sketched this picture of his cell with a guard outside his door. As the months wore on, those close to him say he grew despondent. He spent his days writing long letters to friends. In one he writes, "That monster of success is now destroying me." Then, on the day after Christmas, Rick Lopez fed one end of a torn bedsheet through an air vent in his cell and wrapped the other end around his neck.
He was in jail waiting arraignment on charges that he sexually assaulted several girls on the basketball team when he took his own life over the weekend.
It's really been an emotional roller coaster for all the girls who have played for the Colorado Hoopsters basketball team.
I hated to let my daughter know that happened. I hated because I felt like the girls were brave, and I know it was hard for them what they did. The fact that they have to live with this now the rest of their lives, it breaks my heart.
Hours after Lopez took his life,
Ambivalence.
this former player put her emotions into words.
How am I supposed to feel? Comfort through manipulation, support with lies, trust in my coach, my teacher, and my friend. Empty yet overwhelmed. I'm here to protect you. I'm here to take you. I'm here because you are my life. Shh, don't tell anyone.
That story reported by Eric Adelson. He is a senior writer for ESPN, the magazine. He joins me here in the studio. Eric, great reporting. A lot of tragedy involved in this story, and also the overarching issue is that this is not an isolated story, I understand.
Not at all, Bob. Very similar incidents going on in Seattle, Portland, Berkeley, Sacramento, all in the last 2 years. Story in the Seattle Times in 2003 found 150 different coaches accused of sexual harassment or abuse of girls on their team, and 2/3 of those coaches kept their job. Similar study in 2000 in Canada found 1 in 5 female athletes had sex with either their coach or a person in a position of authority on their team. So it's an epidemic.
This is rampant. Now, this is not a scholastic team, not a high school team. The Hoopsters were a travel team, an amateur team. What sort of oversight or supervision existed here?
No oversight, Bob. No oversight from the NCAA. No oversight from AAU, from high schools. One parent actually hired a private investigator to look into Rick Lopez, found only a traffic ticket. Rumors don't show up on background checks.
But what warning signs might have existed here that in retrospect people might have been able to pick up on?
Well, when there's smoke, there's fire. When you hear these rumors, you have to look into it. It's not convenient. It's not good to look at a coach that way, especially somebody you know and consider part of your family. But when you start hearing these things from girls, don't just think that it's just girls talking in the hallways. There might be something to it.
You talk to the victims, you talk to parents, you talk to experts who have worked in this field. What's a bottom line message for parents who might be watching tonight when they look at the story, they see this tragedy, what they can bring to their own lives?
Bob, the hardest lesson here is that girls who are involved in these relationships, they are trapped. They have absolutely no incentive to come forward. If they do, they lose their coach, they lose their friends, their team, their reputation, even the respect of their parents. And so girls will not necessarily tell their parents the truth, and they won't go to authorities either.
We've got about 30 seconds left. What can parents do if they have a girl on a team like this to put something in place to avoid this tragedy?
Have the coach sign a contract of things he won't do, like be alone with a player, or even bring in an outside parent who doesn't have a daughter on the team to oversee, to be a go-between between the coach and the player and the family, somebody who is accountable.
Be vigilant, basically, the bottom line.
Absolutely.
Eric Adelson, thanks a great deal. And you can also read a full account, a full and chilling account of this story in the current edition of ESPN, the magazine. Eric's article there is entitled True Lies. And on ESPN.com, search OTL Nightly to send us email and to register for our daily program alert to make your opinion heard on the air.